Evening, everyone. As we gather together this evening, I would respectfully acknowledge on behalf of Council and our community that the City of Pembroke resides on the unceded traditional territory of the Algonquin people. We thank the generations of people who have taken care of this land for thousands of years. It is with this statement that we honor and respect the Algonquins on whose land we reside. I would like to call this a meeting of the Planning and Development Committee of Tuesday, December 5th, 2023 to order. Your Worship?
Mr. Chair, before we get into this evening's list of different agendas, and there's a number of them this evening, as we know, and a number of delegations, so certainly welcome. At the last meeting, certainly there wasn't many matters on the agenda, and we still managed to go on till 8:30, and so I just wanted to indicate respectfully to all members of council if we can adhere to the procedural bylaw and limit our comments to the 5 minutes that's in there, or otherwise we're going to be here till 12:30 at night, and at some point I'm not agreeing to motions to go indefinitely, because we need to respect one another and we need to respect what the procedural bylaw says in terms of a timing. There's a reason why we have that particular rule. So that's what I'm asking, and I take full blame at the last council meeting. It was at the council meeting and it went on for quite some time, so that was underneath my chairmanship, but perhaps if we can do that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof? Seeing none, need the approval or amendment of the meeting agenda. Moved by Councillor Fernier, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you. Business arising from the minutes. Any business arising from the minutes that's outstanding? Seeing none. Presentations and delegations. We're pleased this evening to have with us from the Pembroke Regional Hospital, Sabine Mersman, President and CEO, and Scott Coombs, Vice President of Finance and Corporate Services, CFO. Thank you for coming. I believe this is your second visit, and we're keeping the lines of communications open. I think that's very vital. So the floor is yours. Welcome.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Your Worship, Mayor Gervais and councillors, I'm really pleased to be here again today. And as you say, I think this is good to stay in steady communication. And actually, Mayor Gervais and the CEO came to the hospital as well for a tour not that long ago. And, you know, if anyone else would like to do the same, I'd be certainly open to that. But today we're here just to briefly talk about the hospital and a very large investment that the hospital is making and that we are asking for your assistance for. So just quickly about the hospital, as you know, we provide a significant range of acute care services, but we also have a lot of subacute care, post-acute care services, ambulatory care, diagnostic imaging, and some regional programming as well. What we call our direct catchment area of Pembroke Petawawa is about 55,000 people, and then we provide some services to the entire county. We have lots of partnerships as well. For example, we provide a cardiac rehab program, and together with the Heart Institute, we provide chemotherapy services with the Regional Cancer Center in Ottawa, and several other partnerships, dialysis, of course, with the regional dialysis program between TOH and the Renfrew Victoria Hospital. We have about 122 beds that we operate on a daily basis and that are generally full. In terms of patient volumes, about 5,500 patients stay overnight in our hospital, many for several days. We have about 30,000 visits to our Emerge. But in addition to that, what a lot of people don't know, we have another 31,000 who come for all kinds of ambulatory care services. So that may range from blood transfusions to cancer treatment to some diagnostics or seeing specialists. So it's a very, very busy hospital. We also, I think you do know that, we have a very large community mental health program that spans the county, and they also provide 28,000 services to about 4,000 patients with serious mental illness all across the county. We have 4,500 surgeries annually. Some of them are day surgeries. That means the patient goes home, they don't stay overnight. But almost 3,000 of them are inpatient surgeries where people do stay overnight. 800 babies or so are born every year at Pembroke Regional Hospital, and that's from the entire county. The next birthing center would be the Queensway Carleton Hospital, and then North Bay. And the diagnostic imaging department is extremely busy as well. They provide 70,000 exams a year, 14,000 CT scans, and about as many MRIs annually as well. So just a brief snapshot. Getting to the regional programs, and there are some things that we are very proud of. Our latest achievement is actually in collaboration with the Ministry of Health. We now have 9 ICU beds. What level 3 means is that we can ventilate patients in every one of those beds, and we can keep those ventilated patients for several days because we have a dedicated physician now, a specialist. They're called intensivists. They're there 24/7, and they look after those patients. And our nurses are specially trained in that unit now to look after them. So in the county, if anybody needs that level of service, they can stay unless they need highly specialized services at the Ottawa Hospital, like neurology or specialized trauma services with plastic surgery and such, then they still need to go to Ottawa. Our mental health services, I already talked about our outpatient programs, our community programs, but we also have 15 mental health inpatient beds where people stay overnight. We have a very large rehabilitation program, and everybody in the county, as you see on the next slide, actually about 80% of people in the county receive their rehab services in Pembroke. We have the orthopedic program. I'm sure you have heard from the community. This has been very well received. We do about 350 joint replacements a year, and then a lot of trauma surgery as well after hip fractures and such. MRI is a county MRI, but we also have a nuclear medicine machine. That's not many people have heard about that, and it's basically a CT scan, but we inject nuclear isotopes and can see kind of the flow of blood and things in the body. And that's used often for cardiac services, but also for cancer diagnostics. We are the district stroke center in the county, so everyone who has a stroke, they do not stop at their local hospitals. They are directly bypassed to Pembroke, and they get all the acute care treatment in Pembroke, as well as rehabilitation services. Of course, a small portion of patients who need, again, more specialized services are then transported on to the Ottawa Hospital. And then geriatric day hospital, that's a service that we provide for many years now in collaboration with the regional geriatric program. And we have 2 sites, one in Renfrew and one in Pembroke. And then our cardiac rehab program is countywide as well. So this is a slide I think you would be interested in. Our Ottawa Valley, Ontario Health Team reaches all the way from Deep River to Barry's Bay to just stops ahead of Arnprior. So it encompasses about 85,000 people. And this is data that they produced just fairly recently to say where people in that Ottawa Valley, Ontario Health Team receive acute admissions, so where they need to stay overnight. And 50% of all patients in our Ontario Health Team are staying at the Pembroke Regional Hospital overnight. Then the orange colors, 12, 4, and 4%, are the rest of the Renfrew County hospitals. The 12% is Renfrew Victoria, and then 4 is Deep River, and 4 is Barry's Bay. And then all the green colors are still the Ottawa hospitals. So that makes up 30% of patients who still need to go to the Ottawa Civic, the General, the Heart Institute, and CHEO. And the point I want to make here is that we will never be able to provide all services with quality and safety in Pembroke. We do need our Ottawa hospitals that are highly specialized with highly specialized people, but the future could see a little bit more of those services moving to Pembroke. Therefore, the investment that we are making, and hopefully some more investments in the future to make sure that we provide everything that we can with the same quality and safety, though, that the Ottawa Hospital can provide. And they're highly motivated working with us to make that happen. Then the next slide is our acute mental health program. Sorry, just wanted to, can we go back? Thanks. Is 60% of patients who have a mental health crisis and need to stay overnight, stay in Pembroke, and then the 40%, the rest of them go to Ottawa. There's no other hospital in Renfrew County that can provide the service. And on the rehab side, it's 80%, and then 20% use the Ottawa hospital for highly specialized rehab services. So for example, we do not provide spinal cord services, and we can provide services for amputees. Those are highly specialized teams. It's not so much about equipment, but it's about keeping the expertise, so those patients still go to Ottawa. And the next slide. I also wanted to talk a little bit about, we are a very large employer in Pembroke. We are almost 1,000 employees now. There are over 200 physicians associated with the hospital. 70 of them are regular day-to-day physicians that you see on staff at the hospital. Some of them are coming a week at a time. So for example, our intensivists, they come for 7 days and then they go somewhere else for 7 days. And then some are what we call courtesy staff. They may only provide services a couple of times a month or by virtual care. And we are also a very large learning facility. So we provide learners of all types. They're not only nurses and physicians. It could be people from diagnostic imaging, respiratory therapists, a whole variety of learners. So that's PRH at a glance, and I'm going to hand it over now to Scott to talk about what we're here for.
Okay, just make sure you can hear me okay. Thanks very much, Sabina. And after that overview, like Sabina mentioned, we'll spend the rest of our presentation just trying to give an update on a very large investment, a very large change that we're planning for the Pembroke Regional Hospital. And that's around a new hospital information system. So I've included on this slide just what is a hospital information system, or HIS. It's a comprehensive integrated information system designed to manage most aspects of a hospital's operation. Certainly on the clinical side, but really throughout, it's not just a piece of software. This is a very big change to our processes, to clinical flow, to how our physicians and staff access records, and also how some of the process flows with our patients as well. So it's a very large change. We certainly have in some upcoming slides talking about a little bit more of what some of the benefits are. But for now, I just wanted to try and stress that this is really a pervasive change throughout the organization. Big change to staff, physicians. Next slide. So why a new HIS, or hospital information system now? Well, we're a bit behind. PRH is one of the last hospitals in the province to move to a provincially approved EMR vendor. EMR stands for Electronic Medical Record. It sometimes gets used interchangeably with HIS, but the HIS is the system that we'll be putting in. Now, for any new systems, it has to be one of 3 approved vendors. Our current paper-based processes, we are heavily paper-based as far as processes. We believe that it exposes our employees and our patients to several risks, and that's something that Sabina will speak to a little bit more as far as some of the benefits that come with a new HIS system, especially around patient safety. Our current vendor is not one of the major, the 3 approved in the province now, and they are, by most accounts, have left the Ontario marketplace. So we are one of the last, if not the last, on the vendor. So, that certainly exposes us to some risks should that vendor pull out support completely. We believe that future improvements, I'm just going to flip my slide so I can read too. Future improvements and growth of services in our region really do require a fully functional HIS. We believe we would be held back by not making this investment. And then last but certainly not least, we've heard this many times, is that physician and professional staff recruitment, not being on a fully integrated hospital information system does not help as far as recruiting physicians and professional staff. So as far as having physicians from not the area that are not currently at PRH, they're generally working at hospitals that do have fully functional HISs, and it can be a barrier to get them to come here to work for us because they would have to learn our processes, our system, versus coming here and using a system that they're already familiar with. So we believe that's a big benefit in attracting physicians here. So specifically what system we're looking to join, one benefit of us being a bit slow is that we have the benefit of seeing where other hospitals have gone. So we are looking to join the Ottawa Hospital on the HIS system EPIC. And really that's our focus is around patient flow. We've listed here on the right-hand side the hospitals, including the Ottawa Hospital, Renfrew, Barry's Bay, Deep River. Our patient flow for patients that, if they're not coming to Pembroke Regional Hospital, they're very likely to be referred to or going to the Ottawa Hospital or one of the other hospitals in the region. So the benefit of having a patient record and being interconnected on the system with those other hospitals really has pointed us towards the EPIC system. And by joining them, we get many benefits, which I'm about to hand it over to Sabina, but one of which is really getting standardized processes with the Ottawa Hospital. Next slide.
Great, thank you, Scott. So I think the first time when I came to council and we talked about primary care providers, and I remember getting a question from somebody to say, what about EPIC? Well, this is our venture into EPIC. The patient portal for EPIC is called MyChart. And I would say not a day goes by where we're not getting questioned by patients to say, this is a fantastic system, how come you don't have it? So we will have it. And it will provide a continuous record for patients all the way from the specialist hospital in Ottawa to us or to a smaller hospital in our region. But it even will connect with other hospitals in the province who have EPIC. So there are some tertiary care centers in the GTA. In fact, we were told by the Ottawa Hospital the other day that 70% of beds in Ontario are now covered by this particular EMR, EPIC. So it leads to improved communication. Family members can become proxy members in MyChart. So if your loved ones can't access the chart, the children can do it for them and with them. There's certainly less errors on medication incidents. The Ottawa Hospital has seen a 65% decrease in medication errors in the first year of implementing EPIC. So it's huge because everything is electronic. There's no more deciphering orders or having a mistake on those. The order goes in, it's read by the pharmacist and delivered by the machine to the nurse. So it's really quite an incredible system, and it has many features that can be built upon, like appointment bookings, reminders, and such. On the provider side, for physicians, it's one patient, one chart. And no matter where the patient is, in what hospital, in fact, Cameron Love, the CEO of the Ottawa Hospital, came to speak to our board last week, and he said, even for surgeries now, if the surgeon moves to another hospital, it's basically seamless. They have the exact same access to the diagnostics, to the paperwork, not paperwork, but computer orders. Everything looks exactly identical. They are just in a different hospital, in a different park their car in a different parking lot. That was his comment. So this is where our service volume and what we can provide may change because it might attract those surgeons or specialists to come up to Pembroke when we have the same chart. Right now, if they come to us, they need a day or so of training on our charting system, and this will be seamless for them. So on the recruitment side, as Scott said, the new physicians now coming out, they don't want to have a paper order set put in their hands with a pen. They just want to do everything by computer. And yeah, the deciphering handwriting, certainly all of those things will disappear. On the health outcomes for patients, one thing that we see a lot, and we see it in primary care as well, when you have an electronic system, it actually puts reminders into the system to say, Sabina didn't get her cancer screening done last year. So, it comes up right on the screen rather than having to dig back in the chart to see, oh, when was the last time Sabina did her cancer screening? So some of those things greatly improve with an electronic system. It interfaces, of course, with all of the diagnostic tools and has great visibility of results and monitoring of patient progress. And in terms of value and efficiency, the biggest thing here that I want to point out is, and you might have experienced this, a patient comes to Pembroke, they get a CT scan, they go down to Ottawa, the specialist is very familiar in Epic, and even though that CT scan is available electronically, but it's in a different system, it takes a little bit of time to bring up that different system, remember the password for it and all of those things. So they go sometimes just redo the CT scan. And we have heard this over and over again from patients. It's not the right thing to do, but Epic will, that integration with Epic will provide that and really remove the duplication of those types of services. And then ongoing support with the Atlas Alliance, which is the group of hospitals that have joined the Ottawa Hospital, is incredible for us in terms of all the best practices. So everything will be at our fingertips because they have the expertise, they have the knowledge down there, and we'll have the immediate access to all of those things as well. So I'm going to hand it back to Scott because he's much better talking about money than I am.
Thanks very much. And just a couple last slides of our presentation on the financial impact of this large investment, and it is a large financial impact to the Pembroke Regional Hospital. So our model currently has this as initially a one-time kind of implementation or one-time project cost of over $17 million. There is equipment licensing, software involved, a very large portion. Hopefully you've seen through our presentation that it is a very big change, and it's a big change for our staff. So a significant amount is training our staff in change management. It's a very big change for how people are going to go about their work. So included in that 17 million is the change management and training required. Ongoing operational costs will increase because of the licensing and some other costs required around a net amount, net of efficiencies gained of about 1.5 million annually per year. And our current model has us borrowing debt to finance it. And at our current assumptions, that has, and paying it off over 15 years, $7.6 million of interest. Go to the next slide. Thank you. So how are hospitals funding this investment? These investments in Ontario for new hospital information systems are not covered by Ministry of Health funding. Other provinces have taken a different approach, but in Ontario, that we do not receive any specific funding. It's similar to medical equipment or certain infrastructure investments that are left to the hospital to find the funds either through the foundation or other support. Some hospitals do have reserve resources from their operating budget to go towards these investments. We do not. As I mentioned, hospital foundations, and we've spoken to many other hospitals that have gone through this type of process within the last few years. They've had their hospital foundations provide some support and contributions, and we certainly have our hospital foundation is committing to finding support. And then lastly, part of the reason for us being here tonight is that other regional, medium-sized regional hospitals such as us have gone to their municipalities looking for contributions. And this presentation is part of that outreach. that's the end of our presentation. I know we'd be happy, we appreciate your time and you allowing us to speak, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions from members of council? Councillor Purcell, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Palmer, do you have your hand up? Okay. Councillor Palmer, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Purcell, thank you.
Oh, sorry. What did I call you? Sorry.
That's fine.
Excuse me.
First of all, thank you so much for your presentation. I was probably one of the ones that was asking the questions in regards to Epic and my chart. I've been a user since 2018-19, I think, when the Ottawa Hospital actually implemented that system. And unfortunately, because of the services I need, Renfrew Victoria Hospital is also a utilizer of those services. So I guess my question is, back then, and I'm talking 2018, 2019, it was $87 million. I think it was 5 hospitals, the Ottawa Hospital, the Heart Institute, Hawkesbury, Renfrew Victoria Hospital, as well as, am I missing one? Deep
Barry's
River.
Bay and
Deep River and Barry's
Well,
Bay.
Deep River just last,
Just got
yeah, yeah.
Now I know back then at that $87 million, and my wife was actually one of the trainers for Epic. The province was requesting partnerships with other hospitals at that time, right? So is that still, because you're the last right now, is there anybody else that you could partner with to reduce some of the costs
Yes.
and also the training?
That's right.
what I get.
So, of course, we cannot influence that outside of, asking. And I'm not at liberty to say who they are, but there are a couple of hospitals in the Champlain Health region that are looking at that, and that could, you're absolutely right, could reduce the costs. But the Ottawa Hospital told us that they had to take out $150 million to purchase Epic in 1819 when they were. So the magnitude of the cost is sort of this, has stayed the same. Like it hasn't, everything else has gone up a lot, but the Epic purchase has sort of stayed the same in terms of magnitude. It looks like it's about 10% of, a little bit over 10% of hospitals' operating budget. That it costs. But yeah, we're hoping that we can reduce the cost a little bit, but it's not going to be half.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, just being as an end user, I value, the information that I get out of the use of the tool. And many times I went to specialists in Ottawa being referred and not really having the follow-up documentation there, and many times I just bring it up on my chart and say, here's some of the information that I have
Right.
from previous different diagnostic tests. But I think it's it's a great move. I think it makes sense in terms of aligning with the Ottawa hospitals. I think it's too bad it didn't happen in 2018, 2019, but I think it's something that's really, really important for the hospital to make to have those information connections with the various different providers. And I know myself, I've been approached by various different professional physicians and specialists to say, when is Pembroke going to do this? And it's like, yes, I understand. And they say it's just so difficult for physicians to come to Pembroke to use a system, like you had said, a one day of training, just to come and provide a
That's right.
service. So a lot of the times they don't want to come, even though they're satellite offices, because they want to be able to utilize the services that they have available at their home,
That's right.
their home hospital. So kudos to you guys. And I just wanted to say that I'm so impressed with the Pembroke Regional Hospital and the professional services that you guys provide in a caring, modern facility. It's constantly being updated. I live across the street, so I see it all happen. It seems like it's been year after year of construction, but for good reason.
Right.
And I think the improvements that you're making to the hospital are fantastic. So keep up the great work.
Thank you. And if you don't mind, do you mind if I make one follow-up comment? So we would have loved to jump onto Epic in 1819. But at that time, we had a very large debt because of the acquisition of Tower D. And the Ministry of Health gracefully relieved us of that debt in 2021, as they did many medium-sized hospitals who actually have similar funding challenges than we have. We are in that category of hospitals. I often say it's Costco versus your local business, a grocery store, where we want to provide as many services as possible, but we can't do it with the same, perhaps, financial efficiency that some larger hospitals can. So it was the first time now that we actually could see our way clear to actually move on, taking out another loan, but not on top of another large one.
Thank you, Councillor Purcell. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, your chair. Thank you for coming. Kudos to the Pembroke Regional Hospital, as Councillor Purcell was saying. We're so fortunate to have the hospital in Pembroke in the catchment area. Anyone I know who I've used my chart, people I know who use it, it's very intuitive. It's very easy to understand and get used to. So it's a good move on behalf of the hospital. I just have two questions. The 1.5 million incremental ongoing cost, is that the annual license fee?
It's a big portion of it is that.
Okay. And also, the province is talking about efficiencies all the time. So I'm surprised when we talked in the hallway prior to the meeting, there's no incentive, there's no funding from the Ministry of Health?
No. In fact, our MPP, John Yakabaski, who you know well, is extremely supportive of the hospital and had a personal meeting with the Minister of Health in the month of August. And the minister said to him, we have not funded HIS, hospital information systems, in the past, and there's no plan to fund them in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Other members of council? Councillor Fernier? Councillor Plummer, your worship?
That's a lot of money, and we feel your pain. We're providing services to residents of the county. Now we're looking at huge expenses for our own infrastructure, a pool, aging facilities for our recreation. And it's not easy to attract partners, to say, because they have their own bills too. But I mean, I'm not going to take away from anything you said. My husband has Epic. He's had it for 8 years. And you're right, it has been an obstacle. His testing is either done in Renfrew or Ottawa.
Right.
Very few times it's in Pembroke. And if it is, you're right, they get him to repeat the test at a different hospital. So, I'm not saying what our commitment here is, if any, at the city, but I'm just saying it is needed, definitely. We have to keep up, and if we're going to attract good physicians, this is what you have to do. So I commend you for all the work you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Plummer, then his worship.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing the comments, I'm certainly not a user of, I've never used the program or seen the program before, but sounds like it's from other members saying looks like a good program, certainly. I guess on the other side of things, I'm just talking, how do we improve efficiencies just at, like in the merge or Zone B? Because just a personal experience is on the weekend, it was 4 hours just waiting, just getting to see a doctor for my son. Like, we talk about spending $17 million on an information system. How does that translate to improving, speed of, just someone walking in the hospital, not saying like emerge, they have a sign you walk in, says 4 to 6 hours.
Yeah.
Like, what do we do? Like, that's where I see citizens asking, or, where do we improve our hospital? Yes, it's great to have a hospital. I certainly would not want to live in a community that didn't have a hospital. I think they provide great services. I think Pembroke Hospital is doing a great job. But where do we improve on that to say that, if I walk in off the street, I have a sick kid, or, I want to see a doctor, why does it always take 6 hours to see somebody?
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more. It is something that's at the forefront of our thoughts every day. But there's unfortunately very little at this point that we can change. So we have a limited number of physician hours available that the ministry pays for us on a daily basis, and there's no plan to change that from the ministry perspective either. So, putting more physicians into the emergency department is not something that is going to change in the near future. And many we are the lucky one that has never had a physician shortage and had to close our doors or even came close. But as you know, many have been in the paper, in the news of having to do that. Even though they have the funding, they don't have the bodies. So, combined funding and a physician shortage is certainly a problem for emergency departments in Ontario. I think from my perspective, what needs to be done is we need to really structure the primary care system much, much better, so that when you have something that requires a walk-in with your children, or on the lower acuity side of issues, that you actually don't go to the emergency. You don't have to go to the emergency department for that. So we're doing a lot of work at the Ottawa Valley Ontario Health Team to look at, how can we take the low acuity types of services out of the emergency department. Because on the high acuity side, we actually see our results are better in terms of wait time provincially. That flow works well. But if you only have one physician there, or even if you have two physicians there, with most of the time we do, but with high acuity patients, they are occupied for hours. So then anybody who is lower acuity is then waiting in the waiting room.
Thanks.
Your Worship, Councillor Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for continuing the communication with the City of Pembroke. I have two questions. One is that you mentioned Epic, but there's two others. So my first question is whether or not, is it like Word and We're Perfect that they can talk to each other? So in case I end up at a hospital that Pembroke Regional has Epic, but I go to wherever it is and I get system number 2. So that's my first question. And the second one is there a willingness on behalf of yourself, on behalf of the Pembroke Regional Hospital, to work with the county and the city to do a delegation to the province to have, I recognize you're one of the last ones, but nonetheless, we've done it before. We've done it with the health unit when the province had some foolhardy idea of cutting some funding and so forth, and the voice was made and it was heard. So that's my two questions.
Right. Well, thank you for those. And the last one, I would be delighted to do that, whatever it takes to make our voice heard. And I'm telling you that we are continuing to lobby with Ontario Health. We have great communication, open communication with them. They are all looking at, are there little pockets of money that they can maybe access, but we have not had any success outside of our foundation, who is quite open to help us to fundraise for a portion of this. The second question is, yes, there are two other systems. One is called Meditech and the other one is called Cerner. I think there's actually a wave of Epic happening right now in our Champlain Health region, but could you end up at a hospital that does not have Epic? Absolutely. The province right now is asking those 3 vendors to come together to build interconnectivity between them. And, they have to do that. If they don't fund it, they're at least going to have to make sure that those systems talk to each other. It is never going to be as good, though, as being on the same, I shouldn't say never. Right? I'm not an IT person, but my assumption is it'll never be quite as good as being on the same system.
Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One comment, one question. I'm glad to hear you answering Councillor Plummer's discussion that really we need to look at the whole system. I think for far too long, for far too many people, the emergency room was their go-to, and I certainly. And I hope nobody takes it this way. I'm not trying to be cold, I'm not trying to be callous, but when you're sitting in an emergency room with a kidney stone and there's a young child with an earache, I mean, you sit there and you wonder, does an earache really need to be in an emergency room? And so I think, now that we have Tower B, now that we have VTAC with other less acute options, I certainly think that now training the public to use the appropriate option, and sort of breaking down the way that it always was. You have a problem, you go to the hospital. Well, maybe that's not how we should be looking at things. And it sounds to me that sort of the health community is coming to that conclusion as well, that we do need to look at other facilities to manage different levels of acuity. So the last time you were here about physician recruitment, Councillor Purcell threw a question at you about Epic. Now that you're here about Epic, I'm wondering if you have a 30-second update on physician recruitment, because I know that remains very high top of mind to a lot of people. In fact, it was just this week that I got my 6-month letter to tell me that I'm still on the list. So I'm wondering if you have any update on that.
Yes. So I think you are aware that we just recruited another physician, Dr. Muzamil, but of course we are not, we are just stopping the flood, right? We are just stopping it from flooding more because he was replacing somebody who was leaving. Again, I have to say Dr. Johnson is likely our best recruiter for this area. He now is up to 4 residents per year, which means every year we will graduate 4 new family physicians in the area. He's already been told that he will get 5 next year, and then they're even looking at 6. So he's expanding right now his physical footprint in the hospital by a couple more 100 square feet to build more offices to accommodate all of those students. If we have the same success rate that we had in the past and we keep 80% of them, over the next 5 years, we're going to have a lot more physicians in our area. So let's do what you guys do best. You know, make sure the city is welcoming, that we have the services here for people, to your point, Pat, you know, the pool, the fitness area, all of that. We have a beautiful waterfront. The people that love that kind of area to live in, let's welcome them with open arms and do whatever we can so they stay. I think that's our best recruitment effort.
Okay, Councillor Gill? Yes, thank you.
And I would be happy to take you up on a tour.
Perfect.
So we can probably email each other and
Sounds
discuss
good.
that.
Yeah.
If I may, from the chair, just a couple of observations. The staffing, 1,443 individuals, bodies. What does that translate into from a payroll perspective within the community? How many dollars are we looking at that are infused and go back to the community in services and purchasing? Have a ballpark?
Yeah, like our budget is over $100 million on a total for funding, and about 60% plus is compensation. So 60 million plus would be compensation for our staff and physicians.
Well, that's substantial. Obviously, you're probably the largest employer, I think, within the city of Pembroke, based on the numbers. My other and final question is with the system, EPIC, what are the guarantees against cyber invasions or, you know, protecting the healthcare programs or charts of people that are within that system?
Right. It's an excellent question. Thank you for that. So this is the huge advantage in joining an alliance with the Ottawa Hospital, because their capacity even to make sure our protection is as good as it can be on cybersecurity is so much better than us going alone onto a standalone system. And EPIC actually comes from the United States and is a huge system there. So they have been dealing with many issues around cybersecurity and have been successfully able to advance their systems to protect. And the Ottawa Hospital actually was just assigned by the Ministry of Health to be our regional cybersecurity expert for Ontario Health East. So they have significant capacity to help. But I just want to say that as we are getting better, so seem to be the hackers. And what we have been told is, unfortunately, those cybersecurity breaches is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. But we will be in a much better position because we are joining a very large organization with a tremendous amount of knowledge and support, and definitely will improve our cybersecurity tremendously for the future.
Thank you, Ms. Mersman. Mr. Coombs, thank you for the informative presentation. We hope to see you in the new year. We appreciate you coming, Your Worship. Did you have anything in closing?
Simply to, again, thank you for the ongoing communication, and I know that the CEO and I appreciated the tour, and it's nice to have that ongoing communication, because then we can move some of these items ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. We do have another presenter this evening, so we'd like to welcome, glad to have you here, Cindy Phillips, with the Renfrew County Community Futures Development Corporation, known as the RCCFDC, with an update. So welcome to our council, and we're prepared to hear all the wonderful information you're going to share with us.
Thank you very much, Councillor Giacono, Mayor Gervais, all members of council. It's an honor to be invited here this evening. Just to give you a brief overview of Community Futures and what we do, not only here in Pembroke, but in Renfrew County. I'm fairly new as the Executive Director for Community Futures. I've been in the position for 18 months now. I'm sure some of you probably knew my predecessor, Diane McKinnon. So a little bit about the Community Futures program. So we are funded by the Government of Canada through the Federal Economic Development Agency for Southern Ontario. We are part of a network of 60 CFDC offices across Ontario, and I need to correct that, it's actually 267 offices across Canada. Each Community Futures is its own individually incorporated not-for-profit corporation, and Renfrew County CFDC has been serving the county since 1986. Next slide, please. So the Community Futures program, sorry, oh wait, I'll just go ahead. We are designed to support business, community-based development, and employment, and we do that through focusing on three main objectives. We support community projects, we maintain a sustainable loan program, and we offer business counseling, workshop, and seminars. And I'll just touch a little bit on each of our core mandates. First of all, and probably what we are most known for, is our small business financing. I'll start by saying that our clients are always encouraged to first go the route of traditional financial institutions, traditional lenders, but that doesn't always work for a variety of reasons, whether they don't quite meet the profile or the bank can't meet their needs. So that's where Renfrew County Community Futures can step in and help finance a multitude of viable business ventures. We can look at anything from equipment acquisitions, startups, expansions, even look at working capital for a business that's operating. We can loan up to $300,000, which is our cap. And you can see on the screen or in the presentation our impact by the numbers. So since inception, we have dispersed $44 million in loans in Renfrew County, which has leveraged an additional $40 million and has either created or sustained almost 5,000 jobs here locally. So let's touch on what makes us a little bit different from traditional lenders. First and foremost, the decisions aren't made at a head office in Toronto. Our analysis and decisions are made here locally by a board of volunteers that come from the local communities that they serve. And all the aftercare is also done here at the local level. We know the local economy, and we know the impact that our decisions have on our local communities. The nice thing is that we can come up with tailor-made solutions to the challenges that exist in our communities. In terms of financing, we have very flexible terms. We can look at different repayment plans. We can look at the seasonality of a business, and we can also accept flexible loan guarantees. Our applications are assessed on various criteria. Some of those might include the impact it's going to have on the local economy, a job creation that it might create, and also the climate itself, the economic climate of a community, just to name a few. Recently, we launched several new loan products. I hope you have heard that we have launched a CIP matching loan. So for any community that has a community improvement plan in place, for any business that's approved for a grant, we can match that with an equal loan. So in some cases, that might allow a business to put a larger project in play, or it might help some businesses come up with their matching dollars to the CIP program. We've also introduced a matching loan for the Starter Company Plus program, which is ran by Enterprise Renfrew County. So successful grant recipients are eligible for a matching loan through Community Futures. And then most recently, we've partnered with Algonquin College here in Pembroke to introduce the Graduate Ignite Loan. And this is targeting graduates of the business program. Again, with a goal for those looking to start up a business, we can help them, try and retain graduates here in Renfrew County as well and give them a head start. In terms of community economic development, so we work very much alongside our community partners. We can help create economic development plans. We support value-added projects. We can help foster expansion into new sectors. We really take a big picture view on what's happening in our communities. We have certainly been involved in retention and expansion projects, strategic planning, as well as other initiatives. Over the course of the years, I can think of some large projects that Community Futures has been involved in, including the Ottawa River Heritage Designation. It was quite a large one. Selling Food in Ontario. We partner quite often with Enterprise Renfrew County for events. And I did want to mention, we are now in our 4th successful year of being able to offer the Francophone wage subsidy program. So that's a matching 50% wage subsidy to local employers who hire Francophone or bilingual employees. And we have that program on right now, actually, and it will end March 31st, 2024. Next slide, please. We also focus on business counseling and support. We are a small team. We're only 4 of us, but we do offer in-depth counseling. We can offer support tailored to a business's unique needs. We work with a lot of partners, as I mentioned, to offer various trainings, workshops, and seminars. Just last week, we held a funders forum in Horton Township, where we brought together about 9 funding agencies, and we sold out the event. We had 80 participants and a waiting list. So that is definitely something that we will look at holding again in the spring. And we are also working on planning an ONCA workshop for our local not-for-profits. The Ontario nonprofit legislation, they have a compliance deadline of October of 2024. So we will be bringing in some expertise to help a lot of our local nonprofits understand what is required of them. And we just launched a marketing boot camp that we're putting on at the end of January for small businesses. So I'm very, very happy to say that we are back to have a presence in the city of Pembroke. We have now 2 locations, one in Renfrew Town Hall and one in the Pembroke Business Center. So each location is open 2 days a week, staffed, and we're really hoping that that puts us front of mind in front of businesses and gives better access to our clients. And I understand we'll be doing an official opening ceremony next week, which we're very much looking forward to. So that's all I wanted to say today. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from Councillor. Councillor Keel.
Well, thank you for
Deputy
coming in. One of the things I was most pleased with when I came onto council is that the mayor asked me to sit on the Economic Development Committee, and having a small business myself, I know how challenging it can be to find funding and sometimes just navigating the system. I really wish more people knew about you, actually, because I think the services that you offer, you're such a great resource that I truly think that every small business owner should at least be aware of you. If for nothing other than, the counseling, the workshops, and those kinds of things can be very helpful. I'm particularly happy to hear about the ONCA educational stuff. Obviously, we're coming to the end of that implementation period that the province permitted, and I know I've now been to, 2 plenaries where that has been brought up, and I know that just from my own corporate books that I have in my law office, there's a lot of people that haven't turned their mind to that yet. So I just want to say great job, welcome back to the city of Pembroke, and if nothing else, if you're watching this or you're sitting in this room tonight and you're thinking that you're a small business that could use some help, I know you're a great resource, and I certainly hope lots of people will take advantage of it.
Thank you very much.
Deputy Mayor?
Well, thank you, Chair. Well, thank you for coming tonight, Cindy. It's always good to have money flowing through the community for businesses to start up, because it's such a struggle to start a new business and keep an existing business operational. I sit on the Pembroke Business Improvement Association Board, and the CIP matching loan, if somebody got $5,000 from the city of Pembroke for renovations to their business or storefront, you would match that automatically?
It wouldn't be automatic.
They would have to
There
have the expenses and,
It would be fast, I guess, a fast-tracked, simplified approval process.
okay, and the Ignite loan for new graduates, how many months has that been in operation?
It's weeks.
Weeks, okay.
Yeah.
So you don't have any new clients yet?
Not yet, but I have had discussions with Kim Drake, the chair of the business
Right.
program at the college, and she's confident that, we will see some uptake on that. She has already some students in mind, and I myself am a graduate of the business
Right.
program at Algonquin College, so I definitely see a need, and I think we'll be there to fill a gap for those businesses that are just starting out, and those are the businesses that aren't bankable, so to
That's right.
speak, just yet, right?
So is there a minimum and maximum loan amount on that?
That would be a maximum of $10,000.
Okay, I think that's a great program, especially with the local college and the business program. That's lots of opportunity there. So thanks for bringing that forward. Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions of council? If not, Cindy, I'd like to thank you for coming. We know that you are a firebrand and that you'll get things going, and you're good to have you at the helm. And thank you for your presentation. Your worship?
Nothing to follow up with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Have a
you
good
very
night.
much.
Bye. Hello, Ms. Soriel.
Good evening.
We're under new business. We're looking at item 8A, the smoking area request for the grind. Can you bring us up to date, please?
Sure. So at the November 7th Planning and Development Committee meeting, the committee agreed that a smoking bylaw was not warranted, and the grind had requested a smoking area, and this request was tabled until a decision was reached regarding a smoking bylaw. So the grind had originally requested 2 smoking areas, one in the front of the building along the Victoria Street laneway, and the second one was at the rear of the building along Maiden Lane. But upon further discussion, was satisfied with only 1 smoking area. The Smoke-Free Act of Ontario does not require a spatial separation for a smoking area from the entrance exit of an establishment such as the grind. The only requirement is that the grind smoking area must be at least 20 meters from the senior center as per the requirements of the Act. As you know, the City of Pembroke owns the land and leases the building to the grind, and the lease between the city and the grind does not include the outside areas aside from parking. Therefore, permission is required from this committee to allow a smoking area on the property. Based on an inspection of the site, it would be recommended that only one smoking area is required, and the preferred location would be in front of the building, south of the public entrance to the grind's interior eating area. The grind has removed their request for a second smoking location, and the proposed location does exceed the 20-meter setback from the senior center, and would also be located on the grind site so that people can smoke in front of the grind and not be forced to smoke off-site. Therefore, direction is required for this particular item.
Members of council, Councillor Fernier, your worship.
I would move we support.
Not in, to deal with the outside of the grind, it's just with the building or the grounds. I'm not in support of a smoking area being established, as we've had numerous complaints from residents that patrons of the grind, once they are outside, seem to cause unruly events and disturb the neighborhood. So I'm not in support, as it would promote people to hang out outside of the grind. As there's the services, they should access the services and be on their way. Thank you.
Your worship.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A question and a comment. The question that I would have is if I'm a guest of the grind, if there is no assigned area, would I be permitted to smoke on the street, on the sidewalk, as long as I stay that distance away from the senior center? So that's the question.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. You would be able to smoke on Isabella Street, on the sidewalk, on the Victoria Street laneway, as long as you're 20 meters away from the senior center.
Thank you. And so then the comment would be that I would support what the motion is if you don't provide a particular area and try to provide for a different or a location for the guests to smoke. Frankly, the guests could go wherever on the street, on the sidewalk to smoke. So I support the particular motion.
Deputy Mayor Abdallah, Councillor Fernier, Councillor Keel.
Thank you, Chair. There has to be some controlled area where they're smoking, so they're better off in that area than smoking around the neighborhood. Some of them come and go in to get counseling services or something to eat. Some do smoke there. You know, there have been disturbances, but the disturbances have not been related to smoking per se. They've been related to other incidents. So if you don't have a smoking area, you're going to have more issues. So the grind will be responsible for administering the smoking area outside the building. Thank you.
Councillor Fernier, Councillor Keel.
Well, again, I maintain, for the same reasons the mayor was confirming, is that individuals, if they're not going to be able to smoke there, they are going to go smoke closer to people's homes. They're going to go over to Isabella or Renfrew Street and be smoking on the sidewalk in front of people's homes. So I prefer this, and I know that some members of council might be saying, you know, some kind of barricade. I think that's coming, and I'm just going to speak ahead of that. I think by building any kind of barricade, you know, between the smoking area and Isabella Street is just going to give them a corner to hover in and maybe do other things rather than smoke. It's going to give them a hidden little corner. So I would say they're better off being openly visible to ensure that nothing else is going on out there. So I'm going to say that I support as is the smoking area.
Councillor Keel.
So, I mean, one of the biggest problems that we've had with this whole concept was the noise, and this doesn't address the noise at all. So, I mean, this has now been before council a couple of times, and a couple of times we've said, no, we're not happy, and it's come back now exactly the same as what we weren't happy with the last time. As sort of a middle ground, I mean, I don't disregard Councillor Lafreniere's position that if we were to put up a sound wall, that people might not be doing things in there that they shouldn't be, but they can also be going behind the building and doing things they shouldn't be, and they can be going behind the library and doing things they should. I mean, if people want to do stuff they shouldn't be doing, there's lots of places to do it. But my suggestion would be the only change. I will support this if part of the site plan is just putting up a noise buffer on the south, perpendicular to the building on the south side. And I think that would go a long way to also getting neighbor buy-in. And I say that having consulted with neighbors. So I think if we're trying to find a balance in the neighborhood, I can tell you that some neighbors would be happy knowing that there's going to be a sound buffer put up. So I will support it, but only if we sort of meet in the middle and come to a compromise on that.
Councillor Purcell, did you have your hand up? And then Councillor Fernier.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Keel. I do think that it doesn't really address the noise concerns in terms of, you know, people congregating, utilizing the smoking area. So I would think as a good compromise would to be build some sort of little fence or wooden structure or something that jets out. So that way there it limits the noise, or some sort of buffering to eliminate the noise to the surrounding area. I was just down the street today and there was a lot of vocal noise coming from that area that I could hear, so it's very acoustically, there's an issue in terms of the area, because I was even on Renfrew Street and I could hear conversations on Renfrew Street. I don't think my hearing's that good, at least ask my wife, it's not that good. But you could hear those conversations, so the least that we could do is put up some sort of buffering system, so that way it would actually drop down the noise levels, so allowing those individuals to smoke in that one location, and I would agree with Councillor Keel. Thank you.
Councillor Fernier?
Last comment, daytime noise. Last year they had a problem because it was the warming center, and I know prior to the warming center, there didn't seem to be too many complaints. The noise complaints I heard were nighttime complaints or 8 a.m. when they were let out of the warming center. There is no warming center there anymore. And I guess my question is, why this group of people needs a sound barrier? We have churches that congregations come out and they're chitty-chatting outside the church, making some noise, I would imagine. School zones. What's noisier than a school zone when the kids are out playing? I don't understand that this group of individuals, the stigma that is surrounding them, is making these obstacles for them just getting together out there. Okay, maybe they're different clientele than maybe some of the churches and schools. However, I just think we overreact every time this group wants to do something. So it's like they can't even get together outside. Are we going to put barriers around schools, church, parking lots where people gather to talk about the next event at the church? I just think it's kind of over the top, especially now that it's daytime noise. So I just really think you guys are overthinking this, and the stigma that we keep saying society is over mental health and addiction, it's live and well here tonight, I'm sorry to say.
Councillor Keel?
Mr. Chair, I'll direct this comment through you because I don't want to sound disrespectful, but how dare some member of this council accuse
Councillor
me...
Keel, you're out of order by saying how dare somebody. She was just expressing her opinion. And
Could
if you want to address that in that particular matter, you do so. But I don't think you should address that she's threatened you by how dare you, because she has a right to speak as well as you do.
And I have a right to defend myself. And
You
she
can,
just- and
but
she
I
just-
think your wording has to be a little more sensitive. Go ahead.
I will not be stigmatized by a member of this council, as she just did, especially someone who has spent the last few years on the Robbie Dean Centre. Councillor Lafreniere talks about schools. We do get school-specific issues. And the last time a school-specific issue came up, I said I wasn't putting a crosswalk at every corner of every school. So we do take these issues one by one. I don't know if Councillor Lafreniere has talked recently with people in this neighborhood, but there are videos of daytime people cursing and swearing at the top of their lungs. That is not me coming up with stigmatized phrasing. That's me looking at videos sent to my City of Pembroke email. So I have seen with my own eyes on video daytime noise concerns from here. The last time this came before council, I said I wasn't in favor of any smoking area. This time, I've gone back to residents in the neighborhood. I've consulted with them. I've asked them what would make them more neighborly and friendly instead of just saying no, and we're proposing a compromise. That is how things work when neighborhoods have competing interests. So with all due respect to anyone suggesting the motives around this council table, I think they should stick to the facts and less the motives. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Chair. So from what I know, in speaking with the neighborhood, the noise has been outside of that smoking area, that designated smoking area. The noise has been beyond that. So it's been out in the street, in front of the front yard, in the apartment building on the corner of Renfrew Street, over on Isabella. So it hasn't been in that area. So how big of a noise barrier are you going to put up there? So what I propose is we accept this tonight and see how it goes. And if the smoking area is noisy, then we could consider some kind of a noise barrier for that particular smoking area. but you're not going to solve the noise of the person who's having a breakdown in the middle of the street. So I'll accept it as it is, and if the noise is a problem in that particular area, that smoking area will have to deal with it. As far as the incidents in the street, the grind, you know, they've come out and dealt with the client and brought them back in, got them the necessary help. It's one of the issues with being in that location, the residential area. It really shouldn't be in that location, but it is now, so we have to deal with reality, right? So everybody has to work together to solve that problem. But as far as the noise barrier goes, we accept this tonight and then see how it goes with the noise in that particular small smoking area.
Councillor Purcell, and then I believe there's a motion on the floor. I will call the question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to respond to some comments that were made. You know, in terms of what we're trying to accomplish, you know, we provided $100,000 in funding for a warming center with a total of $220,000 with our partnerships. And I think that really demonstrates in terms of our commitment to people that are really struggling right now. And these are people with addictions that utilize the services of the grind. So I question, you know, our commitment in terms of those individuals. The thing that we are talking about today, it's a poor area. It was a poor area to have this set up to begin with. It was a poor decision in the past in terms of having this as a location. That's the reason why we looked at moving that warming center down to farmer's market. Thank you so much. The farmer's market, and that's the way we have it set up that way, and to minimize the distractions in terms of the neighborhood. So we're hearing from the neighbors that they want to minimize the distraction, the noise associated with it, and we're going to allow. We may permit in terms of smoking area in that area, but why can't we just look at implementing some sort of buffer to appease the individuals that are in that neighborhood that are impacted? And I believe there's a lot of people that are impacted in that neighborhood. I meet with them as well. And I'm sure if it happened at the end of Elgin Street or the end of Glenwood Drive, my street, I would have concerns, right, because of the noise. I heard it today. And these are, it happens. It's just, and if we could put a buffer in place, then, you know, we can eliminate some of these issues. Thank you.
I would call for a reading of the motion, and mover and the seconder we do have a motion on the floor, am I imagining that? Just want to make sure we're correct in what we're going to be voting on.
Yes. So the motion reads that the Planning and Development Committee approve a smoking area be designated for the grind in front of the building along the Victoria Street laneway, south of the public entrance to the grind indoor eating area as presented.
Mover and seconder were? Yes, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. No, we're going to vote.
I'm moving an amendment.
Go ahead.
I move that be amended to add a sound barrier wall perpendicular to the grind building on the south end of the smoking area.
Mover on the amendment by Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Purcell. I believe we vote on the amendment first, Mr. CAO.
Yes.
Those in favor of the amendment as presented by Councillor Keel and seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those against. The motion is defeated.
Recorded vote.
Councillor Keel is calling for a recorded vote. Mr. CAO.
Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah.
Yes.
Sorry, in favor of the amendment or?
No, the amendment was defeated.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. We're on the other motion now.
Okay, so we're on the original motion. Sorry about that. Okay.
No, I asked for a recorded vote on my motion.
It was
It
defeated.
was after the fact, though.
You're allowed, pursuant to the procedural bylaw, you can call for a recorded vote immediately after the vote is taken.
So you're calling on a recorded vote on your amendment
Yes.
to
Okay,
the motion?
so
I
that,
thought we voted on that already.
yeah,
Did
but
we
that,
not?
that's a clarification that I was
Okay.
looking for. Okay, so the recorded vote on the amendment that was moved by Councillor Keel and seconded by Councillor Purcell. So Deputy Mayor Brian Mdala,
No.
Councillor Ed Jacino,
No.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
No,
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yay.
Mayor Ron Gervais.
Nay.
The motion is defeated 4-3.
We'll now vote on the original motion. Were you calling for a recorded vote on that one as well, Councillor Keel, or by, no? Okay. You will, okay. Councillor Lafreniere is calling for a recorded vote on the original motion. Could you please reread the motion for clarity, because we've had a lot discussed.
Yep. That the Planning and Development Committee approve a smoking area be designated for the grind in front of the building along the Victoria Street laneway, south of the public entrance to the grind indoor eating area as presented. So Deputy Mayor Brian Mdala,
Yes.
Councillor Ed Jacino,
Yes.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Nay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
yes,
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Nay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Nay.
Mayor Ron Gervais.
Yay.
The motion passes 4-3.
Thank you. Ms. Soriel, our next item is item 8B, taxi bylaw reports. Can you bring us up to date, please?
Sure. A report was provided at the October 3rd Planning and Development Committee of Council reviewing the taxi and limousine bylaws with the aim of deregulating or streamlining the licensing process and opening the market to competition. And as part of the meeting, the following amendments or additions are being proposed. 1, a new definition of the taxi cab and the number of taxi cabs permitted. 2, the removal of taxi cab driver licensing requirements. 3, taxi cab vehicle licensing would still be required. 4, the age of taxi cabs. And 5, taxi meters and fees. So a letter was sent to the taxi cab owners on October 26th and asked for comments. When we didn't receive any, we organized a meeting, and 3 taxi cab companies attended on November 27th. That was Danny's Taxis, Mike's Taxi, and Mama Jen's Taxi. And we went through each of the proposed amendments, and I'll go through them each tonight, and then I'll provide you with the taxi cab companies' responses. So the proposed new definition for a taxi cab would remain the same, with the only change being the addition of limousines. So it's recommended by staff to repeal the limousine bylaw, as it's very similar to the taxi cab bylaw, and just add limousines to the taxi cab proposed new bylaw. And also our present taxi cab bylaw limits the number of taxis to 24. So it's recommended that no limit be put in place and allow the market to dictate the number of vehicles for hire. So the 3 taxi cab companies had no issue with the change of definition, and that's just adding limousines to it, or removing the limit of 24 taxis. So the second issue we discussed was the removal of the taxi cab driver's licensing requirements. So staff is recommending the removal of the licensing requirements for taxi cab owners and drivers. This means the city would no longer issue license to taxi cab drivers, and when dealing with taxi cabs, staff spends approximately 70% of their time on just the driver's licensing portion. So it would be the owner of the taxi cab company's responsibility to hire the driver and require that they have a valid license, that they have a record check done by the police, that they have a statement of driving record, that they have 2 passport-style photos, and that the required information would be provided to the taxi cab owner by December 31st of each year. And then this information would be held on file by the taxi cab owner. So should the city or MTO or the police require this information, that information, which was normally held by the city, would be held by the taxi cab owner. We don't hire other employees of other businesses, so we just felt that this is something that the taxi cab owners would probably want to do themselves. The 3 taxi cab companies that were present had no issues with the city removing the licensing requirements for the taxi cab drivers, and that they were willing to take it on. So the third issue was the taxi cab vehicle licensing. So licensing by the city of Pembroke would still be required for the vehicles, and the fees for licensing would not change. So the present fee is $500 for the first application and then $200 annually. The city would still require, as part of the licensing, that the vehicle is licensed under the Highway Traffic Act. We'd have to have proof of insurance and proof that the vehicle is mechanically fit, and that there would be an annual renewal like there is right now as part of our present bylaw on January 1st. The 3 taxi cab companies had no issues with the city continuing to license their vehicles. So the fourth issue is the age of taxi cabs. So this was based on a recommendation by the Ministry of Transportation that they would like to see the maximum age of a taxi cab be 8 years instead of the 10 years that's presently in our bylaw. So the 3 taxi cab companies were all in agreement that they would like the bylaw to stay the same at 10 years. They feel it takes a few years to pay for the cabs, and 8 years is not enough time for them to recoup their costs. They stated that their businesses have not bounced back totally since COVID. Other municipal bylaws were reviewed, and the standard taxi cab life is between 8 and 10 years. So the present taxi cab bylaw states that vehicle safety inspections should be done on a basis of 1 per year for the vehicle that's 3 years or less, 2 safeties per year for a vehicle that's 4 to 8 years old, and 3 certificates per year for vehicles that are 9 to 10 years old. And that's presently in our taxi bylaw. The 3 taxi cab companies had concerns about the number of safety inspections required when the vehicle gets older. They felt once a year was an adequate amount, and they had concerns that each safety takes their vehicle off the road for the day, which results in a loss of revenue for them. So the final item was the proposed amendment that a taxi meter is not required, but still can be used. So if using a taxi meter, it would still have to be calibrated and tested by the city on an annual basis. If not using a taxi meter, then a flat rate must be provided to the passenger prior to getting into the cab. And the minimum fee of $5.50 would still apply. And if using a taxi meter after the first kilometer, each kilometer thereafter would be at a rate of $3.30 a kilometer. And this is the existing amount that's in our taxi cab bylaw presently. The 3 taxi cab companies were very concerned about the loss of a taxi meter. They felt the meters protect the customer and hold the taxi company to a certain standard. They also stated that if meters were not required, then the number of illegal taxi cabs would increase. And they're also concerned there will be undercutting with flat fees, which will result in a loss of business to them. And the taxi cab companies told me that they provide a service to this company, not just for individuals requiring their service, but also services to the OPP, the Pembroke Regional Hospital, the Post Office, Mental Health Services of Renfrew County, and OATC, and more. So they are local people trying to provide a service for the city. So based on those comments, there are several options for the committee to consider. One, that we leave the taxi and limousine bylaws as they are and continue to license taxi cabs, owners, and drivers, or repeal the taxi and limousine bylaws and allow taxis and vehicles for hire to be unlicensed by the municipality and to charge what the market will bear, or amend the taxi bylaw and provide direction for the following areas. Include limousines in the taxi cab definition and repeal the limousine bylaw. remove the limit of number of taxi cabs and allow the market to dictate the number of taxis, remove the requirement for the city to license taxi cab drivers, allow the existing bylaw to remain, which states taxi cabs cannot exceed 10 years, and provide direction on the number of safety inspections per year depending on the age of the vehicle, and provide direction on whether a taxi meter is required in each cab. I look to your direction.
Council, questions? Councillor Keel, Councillor Fernier? Your worship?
Okay, so I am very pleased that this is moving forward, and hopefully we're going to have an opportunity to vote on the new bylaw at the next meeting in line for the next year. With respect, so I'm going to jump straight to number 3 option, Ms. Soriel. In terms of the taxi cab adding the limousines to the taxi cab definition and repealing the limousine bylaw, I'm an absolute yes for that one. I think I've said this around this table. I do believe that the limousine bylaw's purpose, when it was brought up about a decade ago, was to try and keep rideshare Uber type services out of the city. I'm not chiding the past council for that. There were councils clear across North America that were worried about rideshare and how that was going to affect things. But I think many years on, we've now come to the conclusion that rideshare is not a scary thing. So I think repealing the limousine bylaw makes a lot of sense. Removing the limit for the number of taxi cabs, my understanding is we're nowhere near what our set limit is. But at the end of the day, if we're going to be doing an overhaul of the taxi bylaw, I think taxi companies are the better the better dictators in terms of what the needs are of the city for taxis than we will ever be sitting around this table. So if the city could handle 100 cabs, then why am I going to tell them different? I certainly do not own and operate a taxi company. Removing the requirement for the city to license taxi cab drivers, I am hoping that this is going to see both cost savings and efficiency for both the taxi companies and the city of Pembroke. As you stated, your department spends a significant amount of time licensing drivers. Obviously, this I'm assuming the fees paid to license the drivers, I expect that the taxi companies will be happy not to have to pay those. And at the end of the day, we're still requiring them to have information on file. The only difference is, instead of us checking it off the list every single January, we're basically saying to the taxi cab companies, you keep the file, but we could come knocking at any time, so your file better be kept up to date. I think that's the businesses that operate in the city of Pembroke, they're big boys and girls. They can follow regulations, they can get the job done. They certainly don't need Big Brother looking over their shoulder every January. So that's my thought on that. But it has the upside of, I think, also reducing some work in your department as well. With respect to the age of the taxi cabs, I'm going to have to side with the taxi cabs on this one. I think a 10-year-old vehicle that's getting safetied, I mean, at the end of the day, that's a 10-year-old taxi that's getting safety very well could be safer than my 10-year-old vehicle that hasn't been safetied since I bought it. So again, at the end of the day, I'm okay with the 10 years, and that's what our current bylaw has been. I don't see a need to change it. Let's keep it at the 10 years. In terms of the number of safety inspections, I'm going to go completely off script here, and I'm going to recommend that we have one safety year 1 to 5, 2 safeties year 6 to 10. I'm not sold on ever needing 3 safeties. I'm not, and I know, Ms. Soriel, for others that are here, I know you did check with a mechanic and whatnot. Obviously, taxi cabs are driving around a lot more than our personal vehicles. They're driving around all day long, but I'm not sold on needing a safety every 4 months. I think 2 a year should keep things under control. And again, these if the taxi cab companies are telling us that they're concerned about taking it off the road for 1 year, I can only presume that they don't want their vehicle down at the mechanic shop for 2 weeks. So I do believe that they will look at their vehicles and that they will treat them with not only the safety in mind, but also their own economic safety in mind, and not want these things to be broken down. Because a broken down cab, I mean, I think we have some taxi people behind you, Ms. Oriel. A broken down cab's not making them any money either. So I think year 1 to 5, 1 safety, 6 to 10, 2 safeties. And on the taximeter requirement, in the overall scope of what I was hoping to achieve, I'm going to have to disagree with the taxi companies on this one. I think a flat fee, if you're a new taxi cab coming in, and we were even told at a prior meeting, I think that even getting meters and servicing meters is becoming harder and harder as they become, I suppose, a bit of an obsolete piece of equipment. I'm not sure where I see the fraud. I'm not sure where I see, if you're a taxi company and you want to say, hey, $7, I'll take you anywhere in town. Well, if I'm getting in the taxi cab and at the end of the day I'm charged $7, that's what I bargained for. That's what I'd like. And at the moment, and this is going to be my last comment, at the moment we have the set rate, the $5.30, $5.50. I would like to see that as a maximum and get rid of any minimum. So if a new company wants to come in tomorrow and say, you know what, I'm going to charge $5 to sit in the cab instead of $5.50 to try and get their new taxi business off the ground, then so be it. Keep the ceiling, but get rid of the minimum. And then in terms of the flat rate, Ms. Oriel, I suppose maybe you have 2 weeks to try and come up with what a fair flat rate should be. I would ask that you speak to the taxi companies again on their thoughts on that. So those would be I know you were writing them down. I'm sorry for the rest of council. I probably should have wrote these out, but those are my comments. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for a long...
Thank you. I think you were under your 5 minutes. I'm sorry, we don't entertain any questions from the audience at this point, Mr. Mayor. We have somebody in the audience who would like to speak.
Oh, yes.
No, we can't do it. It's in our procedural bylaw. I'm sorry, unless,
No, I believe that
No, we-
it's the members of council that are debating different things.
yeah, it's among council members only.
That wasn't mentioned.
Pardon me?
I'm a fourth company that wasn't mentioned.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but were you invited to the meeting?
4-day notice, and I had school groups at 2 o'clock.
Okay, I'm sorry, but council doesn't allow it. It's not me. Okay?
Okay, I just need to know.
Thank you. Councillor Fernier and His Worship.
Yeah, through the chair, I agree with everything Councillor Keel has said. The taxi meters, I'm kind of, I go to many cities, and generally it's so much, sometimes it's so much a person. It's like, how much to go here? Well, it's $5 each or $10 each, depending on what country you're in. Very few of them have the taxi meters. I just don't know enough about, like, the illegal taxi cabs. I know there was illegal taxi cabs a few years ago. I don't know if they're still operating, but they were taking individuals, I believe, around Pembroke, and I won't elaborate. So I wouldn't want to see that, but I don't know how we can control that even now, or even, we couldn't control it, so, is anything going to change? Really, that may still continue. So I think our purpose on saying no taxi meters was to try, because we don't have transit in our city, so we're trying to see if the taxi companies can somehow give them a little bit of a break on the mall trips and things like that really hit our seniors and our vulnerable people in the pocket, because I think they were saying it was $20 or more to go from St. Joseph's Apartments to the Pembroke Mall. So anyway, I think that's our reasoning for that. So I still support getting rid of the taxi meters on that, unless someone can convince me that there's more of a benefit than illegal taxi cabs. So, thank you.
Thank you. Before I get the mayor to speak, the gentleman that spoke, we're not trying to cut you off. It's just our process. You're more than welcome to speak to Ms. Soriel tomorrow with your concerns, and it's our process. I hope you're not taking that personally. It's just,
I just didn't even realize there was a tonight meeting.
yeah.
Because I'm so busy during the day.
But she's still available to speak to you tomorrow or any other day prior to the next meeting. Okay, Your Worship?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, on the heels of your comment, I wanted to indicate my appreciation that that staff did reach out to taxi cab companies, and so we're debating this particular item now, and then depending on how council votes, it would come to council in terms of a bylaw, which again could have further debate then and a vote then. Second point is just for the purpose of education for the council, is that the handy bus, being a bus, not a cab, does have 2 inspections, meaning twice a year those buses are inspected to ensure that they are safe, and they are driving all over the place, just as cabs travel all over the place. That's the second thing. The third thing is that I would support, if Councillor Keel was to put forward this by way of a motion, I would support it. And similar to comments that was made earlier in the evening, we give it a go, we see how it functions. Does it assist in terms of providing different mechanisms in terms of transit alternatives, as opposed to buses, going here and there and so forth. And, we've reevaluated in a year, so that's what we do. So anyways, if it was by way of a motion, I would support it, but I just wanted to make sure that everyone is aware that the handy bus from the get-go, so brand new bus, twice a year it's being inspected.
Is there a motion on the floor for discussion? Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Just have a question for Ms. Sorio through the chair. If the taxi cab wanted to keep their meter and charge, $5.50 and $3.30 a kilometer, and then if the rideshare company didn't have the meter, is that possible, or is it all or nothing? You get rid of the taxi meter, and you have free market, or the taxi can charge $5.50 minimum when the person gets in, and $3.30 a kilometer.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, you could have both.
Yeah, like in the
And
city,
that's-
yeah.
Yes, so they could either decide to keep their taxi meter, but then it would have to be calibrated every year annually. Or if they don't have a taxi meter, then we ask that they provide a flat rate to the customer that's coming into their cab prior to them getting into the cab to say.
Right.
So I don't know if there's a need for a specific flat rate or not. It's just whatever the market would bear and whatever the customer would say. We could change the $5.50 to a maximum, but I don't think that we'd ever agree on a flat rate because there's too many different permutations and commutations to get to different places.
But
So
so they would have to charge $5.50 if they have a taxi meter. They would have to charge $5.50, like if this stayed the same, and $3.30 a kilometer. That's what they would have to charge.
Well, I think what I heard Councillor Keel say, he wants that to be a maximum, $5.30. So they could, if they decided they wanted to charge $5 a kilometer to get in,
Right.
and $2.50 a kilometer, we could calibrate their meter to do that. But he's just saying that there's a ceiling. Right now, it's a minimum. He would like to say that's a maximum, and they could work their way down
Yeah.
from that should
But
they
they would have to
choose.
tell us what they want and put in the
That's-
bylaw.
That's correct.
Right,
Well,
okay.
well, not in the bylaw, but we'd have to calibrate. If we say it's a maximum, then anything below that is fine, but it's just to calibrate their taxi meters. We'd have to know exactly what they were willing
Right.
to charge.
So I think that they should have the option, if they want to keep the meter, and work something out.
And we agree, yes, that was
Just like in the
always a
city, I've driven Uber and Lyft and in cabs all over the world, China and Netherlands and Ottawa, everywhere. So you have the two systems existing. So I don't say get rid of the taxi meter totally. Give them, if they want that option, they should have that.
We need direction or a motion this evening. What are we looking for, Ms. Sorio? Are we looking for a motion?
Well, I need a direction. If that's the direction of the committee, then I will prepare a bylaw for December 19th.
Is the committee comfortable with the discussion that's taken place and the notes that have been taken? Councillor Keel?
So I think I realize where part of the problem is describing it as a flat rate, when I think what we mean is pre-negotiated, a pre-negotiated rate. Now, that could be a flat rate. You could have a cab company, as Councillor Lafreniere said, say, my trips to the mall and back are $5. That's fine. But the deputy mayor did click me into what I was missing, which was, for instance, when you order an Uber or something, it tells you what it's going to be. You can take it, or you can decide, no, I don't want that. So I think calling it a flat rate was maybe a bit confused, but a pre-negotiated, that you know what it's going to be when you get in the car. And that's what it is at the end of your trip. So maybe that's where we were differing. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
So we have some direction. Council satisfied with that? I think what everyone has to understand is, when they're saying, well, it's $20 to go to the mall, people don't take into consideration that the price of fuel is almost quadrupled or, doubled over the last few years. And the cab drivers are not making an exorbitant profit. They're trying to make ends meet, pay for their services and their staff. So I think, the public has to be sensitive to that as well. People want to get from point A to point B. It's the cost of doing business, unfortunately. Thank you. Anything further, Ms. Soriel? Seeing nothing further, no further business before this agenda. Motion to adjourn, moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Teal. We are adjourned.
Evening, everyone. I'd like to call the striking committee to order for December 5th. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interests? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda. I have the deputy mayor, seconded by Councilor Purcell. Those in favor? That is carried. Next is minutes from the striking committee, which was held last one, September 19th. I have a motion from Councilor Plummer, seconded by Councilor Keel. Those in favor? And that is carried. Any business arising? Seeing none. Next item up, Mr. Unruh is Renfrew County Highway 17 Advisory Committee.
Yeah, so we're looking for a recommendation from the striking committee to appoint Mayor Ron Gervais to the Renfrew County Highway 17-417 Extension Advisory Committee. So this was a committee that was stood up by the County of Renfrew in 2015, and the purpose of it was initiate political support at the local, provincial, and federal levels, creating and implementing a social media strategy, engaging the transportation section and other industries, and hiring a government relations specialist known to Canada and Ontario to help guide through the efforts. At the last County of Renfrew Striking Committee meeting, the Highway 17 Extension Advisory Committee membership was expanded to include one representative from the City of Pembroke, and Mayor Gervais was invited to attend their last meeting. However, no formal appointment is required, and so, or no formal was required by the County of Renfrew, but looking for a specific recommendation and appointment.
Thank you, Mr. Unruh. Councilor Keel?
If they accept, I would move that we appoint the mayor as the committee member with Councillor Plummer as an alternate in the mayor's absence.
Seconder for that motion, seconded by the deputy mayor. Any discussion? Seeing none. Just to indicate that it's welcoming to see that the County of Renfrew is involving the City of Pembroke on this particular important initiative, and so certainly I welcome that. Having said that, call the question. Those in favor, and that is carried. Motion to adjourn. I have the deputy mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. We are adjourned.
Good evening. Welcome to our December 5th Finance and Administration Committee meeting of Pembroke City Council. Call the meeting to order. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interest in relation thereof? Mayor Gervais?
Mr. Chair, in respect to 6G Warming Center Agreement, as I understand, I would call it perceived pecuniary interest as Bob Shepherd acts for the city in respect to that particular agreement.
Okay. Thank you. Could we have item 3, approval amendment of the meeting agenda? Moved by Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Carried. Next item, approval of minutes of November 7th. Councillor Jacquino, seconded Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Carried. Business arising from the minutes. Seeing none, we welcome our monthly guest to the Pembroke Fire Department monthly report for November. Fire Chief Sell, welcome, sir.
Thank you, Chair. For the month of November, we kicked off the month with the Carbon Monoxide Awareness Partnership with TSSA. This awareness campaign ran from November 1st to the 14th. In that partnership, TSSA reached out to 3 counties within the province, and Renfrew County being one of them, where we received some information packages from TSSA along with a banner. And we also really presented a lot of their public education information on our social media pages. We did one every day for the first 2 weeks of the month to promote carbon monoxide awareness. Further to that, we also started a bit of a educational campaign surrounding the lithium-ion batteries. If anyone has any questions regarding those types of batteries and equipment, please feel free to reach out to the fire department. We are developing quite a wealth of information that we can share with the public regarding those items. Our monthly inspections for November focused on churches, and we're now moving into the smaller apartment buildings as we have pretty much wrapped up our campaign with the larger multi-unit apartment buildings. And of course, each platoon still works through their respective inspection portfolios. We conducted a few training and educational meetings outside of the fire department, one being SRB Technologies. 33 staff members conducted fire safety presentation and fire drill, as well as some activities for the Riverview Heights residents. And we are currently working through all the staff at the City of Pembroke with fire extinguisher training and fire safety training. Public safety messaging on Pembroke's Pure Country for the month of November focused on fire safety during hunting season, followed by friendly reminder to have your heating appliances inspected. This sort of coincides with our CO campaign as well. And of course, to wrap up November, we assisted the Pembroke Professional Firefighters Association with promoting their November events on our social media pages. November is traditionally a very busy time for the Firefighters Association. Employee recognition program. So it's my pleasure to recognize Captain Ed Beaupre for his service and dedication to the Pembroke Fire Department this month. Captain Beaupre had been a long-serving lead role for the Santa Claus Parade. I'm not sure if council's aware, but the firefighters for as long as I can remember, so this is going back well into possibly the late 70s, the Firefighters Association has provided hot dogs and beverages to the parade participants at the end of the parade. So the Firefighters Association continued with that this November, and I just wanted to recognize Captain Beaupre. He took a lead role in it for many, many years, looking after that. Also, the Bickle, as you know, has turned 100 years old this year, and the previous member who drove the Bickle at most of the events has retired in the last few years. So I approached I
Point
approached.
of order, Mr. Chair. Have we had a safety check? Thank you.
Through you, Chair, I'll have to look into that. But I did approach a couple of members, and Captain Beaupre enthusiastically took on the role to drive the Bickle for these events, which is, I'm really happy that Ed stepped forward to do this. So Captain Beaupre is the firefighter of the month for November, and our volunteer firefighter of the month is firefighter Matthew Smith. So congratulations to Ed and Matthew. Courses and seminars. So Firefighter Dunn and Firefighter Roots completed their online course through the Ontario Fire College, covering parts 2 and 6 of the Ontario Fire Code. And staff attended the 2023 annual general meeting and conference put on by the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs in November. November saw several follow-up inspections as far as the vulnerable occupancies go. Those are just minor outstanding issues that are being corrected as we speak. Emergency management. So we conducted the annual exercise in November for the City of Pembroke. During this tabletop exercise, staff worked through managing an extended power outage during winter months. So this exercise was quite successful as far as I'm concerned. The exercise brought to light several gaps in our emergency plan, which will be addressed in the coming months. The EOC training room was used to host in-house training sessions as well as department meetings. The room also hosted 2 warming center stakeholder meetings, portable extinguisher training sessions for city staff, the annual emergency exercise, and the EOC acted as a last-minute substitute to host the OSPCA MASH clinic for cats in November. So as I mentioned earlier, November is an extremely busy time for the association. After their involvement in October with Fire Prevention Week, they moved right into their Chili Fest, which was a quite successful event this year. The association also participated in Santa Claus Parade, as I discussed, handing out hot dogs and beverages to the parade participants afterwards. But they also do drive the Bickle. They also do drive the aerial, and as well a member and his children walked in the parade with Sparky as well. The association is coordinating a skate drop-off for gently used skates, and these skates are going back to the Boys and Girls Club. They are also coordinating a drop-off point for snowsuits being collected by CPAN. The association in November also was a sponsor for the production of Frozen by the Streetlight Theatre Company. And lastly, they did pick up some Christmas Angels with that program that's coordinated by our city clerk. So very expensive, or a very busy month for the association. Firefighter training is outlined in the report. Recreational burning, you can see as expected, the number of new permits are dropping off as this is November. Just a reminder, we'll be sending out a little reminder on our social media, reminding permit holders of the time changes come December, end of December. There are extended periods available for permit holders. Our smoke alarm program for November was quite busy. We inspected 53 occupancies under the smoke alarm program. We tested 116 smoke alarms and found that only 4 were not working. It's extremely encouraging. So out of the 116 smoke detectors checked, only 3% were not working. So those numbers, I'm quite happy with those numbers. So I hope to continue to see that trend as we move forward. Our number of consultations for the month of November was 165. Our number of emergency responses for November was 34. And we have still 1 outstanding fine left to be paid for 2023.
Thank you, Chief. Do we have any questions or comments? Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chief Sell, for your report. Appreciate it.
One of the things I'm looking into in regards is just the conditions in terms of our municipal buildings in regards to the fire code status of those inspections. Is there a way that we can include, in regards to the inspections in terms of municipally owned facilities and buildings, and the number completed, and the number in total, and the date of the last inspection? That would be very beneficial. Is there a period in time in regards to how frequent that you perform those inspections in terms of municipally owned buildings?
Unfortunately, I would say no, just because in the past, when we have conducted inspections, because we have conducted several inspections at the PMC and PACC, mostly around general fire safety, but mostly focused on the commercial cooking, which presents the highest hazard in that setting. We've had very good, the inspections are quite good. There's never really any huge violations, huge outstanding issues that need to be dealt with. So as far as that goes, the level of risk in those areas are quite low. So we have focused on other areas where we see a higher risk to the city.
Right.
So, but that's certainly something I will look into and follow up with.
And the reason is I was inquiring regarding maybe some potential deficiencies in terms of the municipal buildings, and just trying to make sure that, that there's, some oversight in regards to the frequency in terms of these inspections taking place, and, and the same thing goes with the building code, in regards to building code compliance as well. I'll be requesting that from staff in regards to that as well, condition assessment of the municipal buildings. So, thank you.
Councillor Keel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank the chief and his staff again for all of the frankly the non-firefighting stuff that they do. He almost has a charitable organization working under him, which is absolutely fantastic to see. I was happy to attend Chili Fest. I don't eat chili, but I made a small donation to the association, and I hope that just shows how much I appreciate the amount of work that they do, which is fabulous. I also had the opportunity, firefighter Riley Poirier gave me a tour that day. We started in the chief's office because he wasn't there, and no, he was on a course, but it was to not just see the front of the fire hall, but to see that everything goes into it and all of the equipment. And as a counselor, you see two things. The inner child in you thinks that this is a fantastic tour and wow, this is great. And the counselor in you goes, every time he points to something, it looks expensive. And I hope people understand, firefighting it's more than just when you make the phone call and they show up at your house. It's the many times in the middle of the night when they don't see our firefighters going out to calls. It's doing these precautionary measures to make sure that your smoke detector is working, so that, God forbid, you ever have a fire in your home, something is warning you to get out. Just the sheer amount of work that you and your staff do, it honestly astonishes me, Chief, but in the best of ways. And I certainly hope that you'll take that back to your team. And I know now that you're a team, because when you're in a fire hall with that many people, if you would have heard the respect and the comments and the happiness that they have with you at the helm, even when you're not there, talking about you behind your back. I mean, my gosh, we are so lucky to have you and your team here in the city of Pembroke. And I know I say this almost every time you come here, but at the same time, almost every time you come here, I've had another run-in with either you or your firefighters, and I hope the people are hearing what I'm saying, because that's how important I think you and your team are.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Frenier.
I can't say enough good things. I can echo everything Councillor Keel says, but I want to ask, are they going to increase the amount of chili that they're serving? I know I went and got takeout at 11:15, and then when I got home, I looked on Facebook, it said sold out before noon. So that just goes to show you the popularity, not just of the Chili Fest, but I know that your open house was the same thing, because I was there as well, and I know the cake was gone before noon, well, before 12:30. So that just goes to show you, I think, that the interest and the support you have in the community, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't able to attend the Chili Fest because of my work hours, but maybe you could next year deliver some, Councillor Keel.
If there's any to deliver to you,
Right. It's just a side note. I think this employee recognition is a great thing, and the volunteers are being recognized. Matthew Smith and Captain Beaupre. There's a fella that wears the fire department on his sleeve and on his heart. Great fellow. So congratulations to Captain Beaupre and Matthew Smith. Thank you. Next item, fire dispatching services for the city of Pembroke. Chief Sell.
Direction is required from the committee as to whether or not the city of Pembroke should continue with our current fire dispatch service provider or enter into a new contract with the new dispatching agency. So a report was presented to committee on September 5th of this year seeking direction from committee. This is just the recommendation that was the direction that staff was looking for. So staff required direction on the proposed purchase of the radio dispatching equipment by the County of Renfrew for the Central Ambulance Communications Center, or direct staff to explore other options that may be available regarding dispatching services. So from this report, staff was asked to report back to committee with options and costings. So the issue, just to revisit it, with the communication infrastructure and equipment used throughout the county by the Central Ambulance Communications Center for dispatching fire services has been discussed and debated for several years. Discussions on upgrading and improving the system broke down around 2017, leaving the system in a precarious position. The equipment is antiquated, dating back to the onset of the 911 program in the 1990s, and a major failure of some of the infrastructure would have a catastrophic effect throughout the county. In May of 2023, Council accepted a motion to move ahead with the purchase of a new console and radio system for the CAC from Bearcom for the total cost of $318,710 plus tax. The new console and radio system are compatible with all existing equipment throughout the county and can accept any upgrades down the road, thus allowing county fire departments several options when looking at upgrading their own radios and communication systems. We have received the final costs for this upgrade, and the invoices are expected in the next month. The cost for the city of Pembroke is $39,077.36. This is based on the weighted assessment. The current contract with the Ministry of Health for providing dispatch services ends December 2024, and negotiations for a new agreement are planned to begin in January of 2024. So I've broken down the current 2023 costs for the city of Pembroke. So administration is $48,003.76, split between 17 user municipalities. Call taking and alerting is $21.80 per call, and dispatching is $28.53 per call. The 2024 costings for the city of Pembroke will be an administration fee of $49,827.90, split between 16 user municipalities. Call taking and alerting, $22.63, dispatching $29.61 per call. So the total projected costs for 2024, based on our average number of calls over the last 5 years, we're looking at $22,259.85. Take into account that there are on average 6 responses that we provide service to the Renfrew County Paramedic Services that do not get charged back. So 6 calls on average per month, so that's 36 calls. So we would see a possible reduction there of a couple of $1,000s due to those charges not being given back to us. And those costs are addressed in the agreement. The current service provided by the staff at CAC is quite adequate. With the system's upgrade, the potential for a catastrophic failure has lessened. However, there are still major infrastructure issues, namely the radio towers, which will need to be addressed in the future. And costs for these upgrades in 2026 were projected at roughly $2 million. There have been no discussions between the county and the county fire services regarding future plans for the infrastructure. The fire services of Renfrew County currently have little control over the system as it falls under the county's asset management. So back to the CAC. So the primary role of the Central Ambulance Communications Center is to dispatch ambulance services under the umbrella of the Ministry of Health. Dispatching fire is a secondary service. Our Renfrew County CAC is one of a few CACs throughout the province who dispatch for fire. If direction is given to make a change in dispatching services, initial costs will be incurred to upgrade our equipment in order to communicate with the new service provider. This initial startup fee could range in price from $5,000 to $30,000. Once setup is complete, annual costs would run between $45,000 and $50,000. These numbers are based on information shared from the town of Renfrew, who have recently decided to move to a new dispatching agency, and quotes received from another provider. If committee recommends a change, any new provider would be communicating through the internet or IP VPN and would include built-in redundancies which are not currently provided with our current infrastructure. We would no longer be tied to the tower system as our primary means of communicating with our dispatchers. Also, if a transition is approved, a new provider would be compliant with all standards relative to fire dispatching. This would increase firefighter safety on the fire ground by grouping all communications together and by recording all transmissions. Currently, when the incident commander needs to communicate with the dispatchers, they must physically change the channel on their radio. This increases the risk of missing critical fireground transmissions, such as maydays or other urgent messages. So projected costs for CAC dispatching services for 2024 is roughly going to be about $22,300, including the city's share of the new console. Costs for 2024 would result in around $62,000. City's cost to move to a fully certified dispatch would easily double, not including startup fees and equipment purchase. The first year with a new provider could cost between $60,000 and $75,000.
Thank you, Chief. Questions, comments? Councillor Purcell?
Thanks, Chief. I know that that the County of Renfrew was putting some significant investment in regards to communications for paramedics and the CAC. And I think, having the ability to share a system with, 17 other municipalities is probably the best way to go in terms of costs. We saw something similar at the hospital where there was an opportunity to go with maybe 6 or 7 different partners, and that would have decreased their costs significantly in terms of implementing a new program such as the medical information system. So I'm kind of leery to kind of go towards a standalone dispatch system because I know that those costs can easily inflate, right? So I think the direction that I would provide or like to see is that we continue with the CACC dispatching services for 2024.
Councillor Frenier, then Mayor Gervais.
Through the chair, tend to agree with Councillor Purcell. When you look at the numbers, it makes sense to join the county. I guess my only, and I'm trying to recall recently, I think it was over the last year, there was another funding or a partnership on something that was originally debated and would have went to weighted assessment, which is the way that most of our payments to the county are made, through weighted assessment. And they changed it at the county level, and I can't remember what item it was, but because the county as a whole decided that it benefited Pembroke most, we ended up paying a lot more, and it was changed from weighted assessment. And if someone can remember what item that was, please refresh my memory. But I certainly hope any agreement would say that it's weighted assessment and that's how it would stay. Because sometimes there's a perception that Pembroke benefits more from some of these things than other communities. Does anyone recall what that was, what item it was?
Through you, Chair. So when this originally came to council, the original recommendation from staff at the county level was to split it amongst the user municipalities equally. So each municipality would pay the shared cost or the same cost. That was debated at the county council level, where they decided to go with the weighted assessment. I was unclear of what the final outcome was. The chair of our fire chief's communication committee has reached out to the director of operations at the county level, and he assured me that this number that I reflected tonight, the $39,077.36, based on weighted assessment, is what the cost will be.
Further through you. Thank you, and I hope that it would be continual and that wouldn't change, and if it was, it would be coming back to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Gervais?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, as I understand your report, and certainly, correct me if I'm wrong, the part that I'm concerned about is the part where you indicate that the current service provided by CACC is adequate, is your language, which causes me concern because you're talking about individuals' lives. Then in the same paragraph, you make reference to, I take it the way it's phrased is that in 2016 dollars, there's a cost of approximately $2 million on major infrastructure issues, namely radio towers. And so I take it that's still to come, but the number is based on 2016 dollars. So in 2023, that would be substantially more. And so if I'm right in both of those, I then have concerns about sticking with the current provider, which then would make me wonder in terms of Renfrew, and if Renfrew has decided to go a different way, is there any way, and there may not be, I'm inquiring, is the town of Renfrew, is there ways of partnering with the town of Renfrew? Does that result in savings, or it's internet-based, and so there is no savings by trying to do what the town of Renfrew is doing? So I guess I'm just looking for clarity that I understand your report correctly, number one, and number two, is there a way of looking at this other mechanism of doing it together with town of Renfrew or others? Maybe there's other municipalities thinking the same thing, I don't know.
Thank you, through you, Chair. First of all, I guess I struggled with the wording there, not to, I wanted to ensure that council knew that the service that we're being provided from CAC, there has never been a really huge issue. There have been minor instances where perhaps pages aren't being sent or received, but those get repaired extremely quick. The service is good. There have never been any issues. That's why I use the term adequate. They meet all our basic needs. They're there when we ask for them. They present our calls. They present us with the information that's required. So in that sense, it's adequate. I wouldn't say it's a gold standard of dispatching, but it is certainly adequate and it meets our needs. Second, yes, there's been no discussion as to anything about repairing or upgrading these towers, and those are 2016 dollars. So I wouldn't even know where to begin with. Once again, those are county assets, so really I'm at the mercy of the county when it comes to that stuff. I apologize. Could you repeat your last portion?
Town of Renfrew, and whether there's any way to do something or partner with them or other municipalities?
Through you, Chair. Unfortunately, no. They're basically contracting dispatching for the Renfrew, for the town of Renfrew. So as far as partnering, no, there would be no opportunity for that. I guess if, in terms of cost savings, the best bet would be to go to some type of a request for quotations or proposals to see what is actually available out there, and make our decision from there if we decide to go this route.
Or Purcell, and I have a question and comment after that.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to make sure again that we're talking the same language. At the Health Committee, Councillor Fournier and I were provided an update in regards to the medical priority dispatch system, and it's the service actually at that time, and this is just recently, met with representatives from the Ministry of Health and Renfrew County Ambulance Communication Center to begin planning and implementation of a new deployment tool that will prioritize in terms of from the dispatch priority card index system of triaging and categorizing 911 calls. So have you been part of this process, or are you aware in terms of, the upgrades that they're doing as part of the priority dispatch system that's for all 911 calls, I guess is what I'm aware.
Through you, Chair, I've been educated on it through the Fire Chiefs Association, and it is for medical. So I'm interested to see if this will affect our responses and our working and supporting the Renfrew County paramedics. In discussions I've had with the dispatchers, because because we have worked with them for a long time, and they have intimate knowledge of of the City of Pembroke Fire Department response plans. They don't see this affecting our responses. However, that being said, I'm not exactly sure how it's going to affect the paramedic service. There's been basically no discussion on this new system from their end.
Councillor Keel.
I'm going to cut straight to the point. I don't deal much with firefighter dispatching in my day-to-day life. I'm looking at financial implications next year that are roughly similar. What is your recommendation of the two of them?
Through you, Chair, I'm interested to see what 2024 brings with the possibility of a new agreement. So, as I had said earlier in September, that I would come back with financials for council's update. I personally would like to hold off on any decisions and see what 2024 brings with our CAC discussions and possible new contract.
Councillor Plummer.
Hearing all the debates and the information from the chief, I would move that we continue with the CAC dispatching service for the 2024 season.
Motion on the floor, second here. Councillor Keel. Discussion. Those in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Next item, water rescue agreement with Township of Whitewater Region. Chief Sell.
It is recommended the committee approve the entry into a fire service agreement reached between the City of Pembroke and the Township of Whitewater Region concerning the provision of water rescue services by the Pembroke Fire Department to the region of Whitewater. In early spring 2023, a meeting between mayors and CAOs of the City of Pembroke and the Township of Whitewater Region was held to discuss opportunities for partnerships between the municipalities. One service that was discussed was water and ice rescue. Interest was expressed and opportunities to provide this service for the Township of Whitewater Region was explored. As a result of this initial meeting, secondary meetings were held between the fire chiefs of the municipalities relating to terms of the water and ice rescue agreement. Another meeting was held later in June between the CAOs and the fire chiefs to draft an agreement and establish a timeline for approvals and implementation. In October 2023, the Township of Whitewater Region approved the entry into the agreement provided in your package. The agreement is similar to the existing agreement with Laurentian Valley, but has been updated to reflect current economic realities. Some of the following points summarize the agreement. The service areas include the non-Whitewater section of the Ottawa River, Muskrat Lake, Astrolabe Lake, Olmsted Jeffrey Lake, the north end of Garden Lake, Little Lakes, and their tributaries. The term of the agreement is 3 years with automatic annual renewals and termination clauses included. The annual administration fee is $3,000, plus a one-time equipment fee of $7,842. Commencement date for this agreement is set to January 1, 2024. Whitewater Region firefighters will be required to complete awareness training and attend annual training sessions developed and ran by the Pembroke Fire Department at no cost to the City of Pembroke. The services rendered as part of this agreement are strictly for water ice rescue, and we will not be providing services for suppression, salvage, recovery, and/or towing operations on water bodies. So financial implications, sorry about that. Annual administration fee of $3,000. An invoice will be issued in the beginning of January to the Township of Whitewater Region each year, and then subsequent agreement years commencing in 2024. The one-time payment, $7,842, will be received from the township to assist in launching the program. The Pembroke Fire Department will invoice the township for cost recovery for all services.
Thank you, Chief. Questions, comments? Councillor Plummer, then Councillor Lafreniere.
I would move that the City of Pembroke enters into an agreement with the Township of Whitewater for water rescue agreement. Yeah, water rescue agreement.
Seconder, Councillor Purcell. Motion on the floor. Councillor Lafreniere, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I have just a couple of questions on the agreement. 5.1 and 6.2, and I'm not a lawyer, so maybe I'm looking for more expertise on this wording. It almost seems like those two cancel themselves out. And it comes to indemnification. It's basically saying in layman's terms, I think, that Whitewater Region agrees that it will at all times indemnify and save harm to the City of Pembroke for anything that comes out of an action that they're performing while they're in Whitewater. But then the City of Pembroke down in 6.2 does the same thing to Whitewater. So who is responsible if something does go south? So who's responsible then, I guess? I guess I'm questioning liability when it comes to if our equipment's damaged or somebody's hurt.
So
The municipalities are each indemnifying each other.
through you, Chair, so this is the idea behind the partnership, is that we're working together in a partnership to provide this service. The City of Pembroke will look after the City of Pembroke equipment, and Whitewater will look after Whitewater. So I understand what you're saying, and the responsibility would fall on each individual department.
So further, I know they're paying us a fee, an annual fee, but if we are performing something there and something happens to our equipment that is of a major expense, there is no extra fee attached to damage to our equipment? That's $7,000 a year and the hourly rate is supposed to cover? Basically, that's...
Through you, Chair, that's the understanding. Now, when the equipment that is owned by the City of Pembroke will be handled, operated, used by the firefighters from the City of Pembroke. It will not be a case where firefighters from Whitewater will be operating City of Pembroke owned equipment. So that basically very much stays in the scope of our command.
Okay.
So it will be that will come down to training and preparation on our staff's part to ensure that we're prepared to respond to these incidents so that we aren't inflicting needless damage by being unprepared.
Okay, so one further question on the same type of thing. Our own city liability insurance that protects our employees, when they're doing something outside the municipality, does that increase our own liability, et cetera, et cetera?
Through you, Chair, that is something I will have to look into.
Further to that, if that is an extra expense, because we're not going to be operating in our own municipality in which they're covered, I'd like to know if there is an extra expense, because to me, typically that should be borne by those municipalities. And that's it. Thank you.
So any further comments, question? Councillor Keel?
Back to 5.1 and 6.2. This isn't making sense to me. So an indemnification is basically you're getting sued by someone and you say, that's fine, Your Honor, but if you find me responsible, I'm pointing at that guy over there. So if the town of Whitewater Region, according to 6.2, gets sued and Pembroke doesn't get sued, so we're not in the action, Whitewater says, that's fine, but I'm pointing at Pembroke. There's no back and forth at that moment. That's just Whitewater pointing at us saying they're the ones indemnifying us. If we were meant to each bear our own costs and liability, I would expect it to say that we each bear our own costs and liability. So I'm mildly confused. I'd love to possibly hear from the mayor, not trying to put him on the spot as a lawyer, but I'm not so sure about that one. Because I don't know that once Whitewater points the finger at us and says, well, they're indemnifying us, I don't know that you can walk into court and go, yes, Your Honor, but they're indemnifying us. I would have expected to say that each shall bear their own costs and liability. I wouldn't expect it to be a finger pointing exercise. So I'm actually a little confused here.
Yay?
I would like to put forward an amendment to the motion that we accept the report in principle pending new information about the actual agreement.
Okay, so we have an amendment. Do we have a seconder for the amendment?
So I wanted more information.
In terms of, sorry.
Okay.
So
Councillor
just so
Purcell,
I'm
second
aware, so
amendment.
just clarification in regards
Yeah.
to the indemnification and liability between the two municipalities? I will second that.
So the amendment is to get
Yes.
agree in principle pending further clarification.
On 5.1 and 6.2.
Yeah, do we have any discussion of the amendment? Those in favor of the amendment? Carried. Is that good, Chief? Okay, thank you. What's that?
You should vote on the initial.
Yeah, the initial motion.
Have a motion.
The initial motion to accept the, can you read the initial motion?
So just to clarify, what you're voting on is the amended motion. So
Right.
you've already voted and agreed on the amendment.
Yeah, that's what I
And
thought.
so, yeah, but you now need to vote on the amended motion.
Okay, so those in favor of the amended, can you read the amended motion, please?
That the Finance and Admin Committee approve entering into a fire service agreement between the City of Pembroke and the Township of Whitewater Region concerning the provisions of water rescue services by the Pembroke Fire Department to the region of Whitewater as presented in principle, pending further clarification on sections 5.1 and section 6.2.
Okay, those in favor? Carried. Chief? Next, we have our treasurer, Ms. Lochty. Welcome. 2024 Council and Committee Remuneration. Well,
Thank you, and good evening. So a direction is requested on the 2024 council and committee remuneration with a supporting new bylaw to be brought forward at a later date if required. So as we heard at the November 7th, 2023 regular meeting of the Finance and Admin Committee, the City of Pembroke Ad Hoc Citizens Committee of Council presented their findings and recommendations on the topic of council and committee remuneration. And their recommendations were based on the compensation required to attract a diverse and representative pool of candidates for public office. They considered the responsibilities, time, commitments, and accountability of a single-tier municipality, such as the City of Pembroke. They considered the complexity and importance of issues deliberated by council, as well as the compensation of equivalent positions across the province. So at this time, staff is requesting direction on the different recommendations of this report for inclusion in the 2024 budget. So I have itemized 7 issues, which I'll just very briefly review. So the first question raised was the concept of annual cost of living adjustments for council. So under the current bylaw, council receives an annual cost of living adjustment on remuneration, which is based on the average between November CPI figures and the cost of living that non-union staff receive. So direction from council on the continuation of this annual adjustment is required. The Ad Hoc Citizens Committee report made a number of recommendations on remuneration based on a 2022 review of different municipalities. So again, direction from council is required on these proposed rates as well as the application of any COLA to this rate. The report under issue number 3 did not recommend that council receive benefits, so confirmation of that recommendation is required. The report did make a recommendation on committee compensation other than standing committee pay, and their recommendation was that this pay be set at $200 per diem plus an annual honorarium of $500 per year for chairing a committee if applicable. So this would include council participation in the different County of Renfrew committees, as well as the Planning, Advisory, and Adjustment Committee and the Police Services Board. So the Ad Hoc Citizens Committee also made recommendations on the Pembroke Public Library Board and the Pembroke Area Airport Commission, but the city does not set remuneration for these 2 committees, but a letter could be sent to these organizations with the committee's findings. This issue does raise the issue of compensation for non-council members on the Planning Advisory Adjustment Committee who has not received any type of pay increase in very, very many years. So currently, public members on this committee receive $33.25 a meeting, with the chair receiving an extra $100 per year. And council members currently receive $70.30 a meeting. This also does raise the question of pay for public members of the Police Service Board. However, I understand from the clerk that legislation regarding compensation for police service boards is changing with the province to set compensation for this moving forward. So that perhaps should be tabled at this time until we obtain more information on that change. In terms of standing committee compensation, the recommendation was that the chair should receive an annual allowance of $1,800 per year and the vice chair $500 per year plus an additional $200 for each meeting chaired. Conference remuneration was also referenced in the report, and their recommendation was that council receive an allocation of $3,000 per year, which would not be transferable to other members and supported by a written policy. And finally, certainly some of these items, particularly the standing committee compensation and committee compensation, does raise the question of the application of COLA on these allowances and per diems. Currently, there is no rule regarding COLA, and so these different types of compensation can remain the same for very many years, as we've seen with the Planning Advisory and Adjustment Committee. So feedback is required on whether all council and committee-related compensation should receive an annual cost of living adjustment. So to help provide more information on these different recommendations, I have provided sort of a detailed list of the different financial implications related to the ad hoc committee's report. Overall, if every single recommendation was actioned and supported by council, this would result in an increase of $36,601.71. That is an estimate because I'm not currently able to calculate COLA for council. In terms of the impact on property taxes, in terms of an average residential assessment, this would increase taxation by $4.56 a year or 38 cents a month. Thank you.
Thank you. So, does the committee want to go issue by issue according to the table that the treasurer prepared and vote on each one? Yes, Councillor Vernier?
I just have two questions about the NA. What does NA mean on this report for committee recommendations? So 4B, 4C, I don't know what that is referring to.
So through the chair, the committee did not provide a specific recommendation on that because that's related to the public members of this committee. But if we're going to change council compensation, then I would suggest there at least be a discussion on whether the compensation for public members also change at the same time.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to clarify. It's up to the chair, I believe, how you want to take questions.
We should do it the same way we do the Waste Recovery Center, when Mr. Lewis comes every year with the contract for the blue box and the green bin and all that stuff, issue by issue. So, number one, yes?
If I may, Mr. Chair, back on January 3rd, I did have a motion before this council to freeze council honorariums and update our procedural bylaw, and the matter was to be tabled until such time as we received our report.
Yes.
Given that that motion generally freezes things, I would request that my motion be taken from the table and addressed at this time before we start going into individual matters, which we wouldn't necessarily need to go into if my motion were to be agreed to.
Okay, so you're motioning to lift it from the table?
Yes.
You have a seconder? Councillor Plummer? Motion on the floor, can you, can you reiterate the motion again, please?
I pulled it up just in case. It was moved by myself. I forget who seconded it at this point. I think it might have been Councillor Purcell. And it read that council directs staff to prepare a bylaw freezing the honorariums of the mayor, deputy mayor, and councillors as at November 29th, 2022, and continuing such freeze thereafter until the conclusion of the current term as defined in Section 6 of the Municipal Elections Act 1996, as amended, and that council directs staff to prepare an amending bylaw to the procedural bylaw, being bylaw 2020-61 as amended, that forbids any motion, bylaw, or other action or proceeding, in whole or in part, to be put before or considered by council or any committee of council concerning the increasing of council honorariums, except between January 1st and June 30th of an election year.
Question for Councillor Keel. Does that, your motion include freezing the COLA also?
Just a point of order.
Yes.
So I just wanted to clarify, so the motion was moved by Councillor Keel, but second by Councillor Plummer.
I knew it was one of them. So right now, we're just talking about the motion to remove this to lift it from the table.
Okay.
We're not actually debating the motion.
So those in favor of lifting it from the table? Okay, carried. So it's on the table. Does your, just some information, does that include freezing the COLA? Like, no COLA?
Well, yes, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
freezing honorariums would
Yeah.
mean not having an annual increase.
Just want to clarify that, thank you.
Thank you. So the purpose of this was two-part. Number one, it dates back to the prior council that gave themselves a drastic raise in the December meeting after the second last election.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, if I may, through you to Councillor Keel
Yes.
and to the treasurer, what was that drastic increase? I just can't recall.
Point of order on the point of order, Mr. Chair. Councillor Jacquino, who has been on this council for decades, constantly raises points of order that are not points of order.
So,
Mr.
If I
Chair,
may, if I-
you'll have to decide the point of order, not Councillor Keel.
According to our procedural bylaw, when you raise a point of order, which a point of order is that a member of this table is breaking the rules. It's not to get information, it's not to jump in onto a comment. It's that someone is violating the procedural rules. That, and only that, is what a point of order is. And when you make a point of order, according to our own rules, you state the procedural rule that is being broken. It is not, and we do this time and time again, especially Councillor Jacquino, it is not to be able to just jump in when you feel like it.
okay,
I would ask you to rule that his point of order is in fact out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate him bringing that to my attention and also bringing to my attention the number of years I've been on council. I've never been subjected to this type of
okay, so.
gibbly-gobbly. Thank you.
I will speak. We need to have decorum in the chamber, and the point of order is for procedural matters, as Councillor Keel points out. So, Councillor Jacquino, you'll have to wait your turn to speak, to make a note of that, of what he said, and you can speak to it when it's your turn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So there was a drastic increase voted on after the 2016 election. I know the purpose of it. I'm not going to try and bury the purpose of it. The tax code was changed to further tax honorariums of councillors. And what the council at the day did is they turned around and passed that tax onto the taxpayers of Pembroke. But they did it the first meeting after the election, 4 years out from, well, three and 3/4 years out from the next election. And those of us who are in politics know that the best time to, and I'm going to say it, the best time to get away with stuff is far from the next election. And so that speaks precisely to the second part of my motion, which was to say that if this council is going to increase its honorariums, it should have to do so in an election year between January 1st and June 30th. It should have to do it knowing that they're about to go out to the public and seek re-election, not hide it 3 years prior. The cost of living adjustment, again, and it's not just me saying this has been called out in the legislature and in parliaments. Of course politicians love cost of living adjustments because it means that they don't even have to come back to the council table. They just get an automatic increase every January. The public has no idea. The public right now would have no idea what our current honorarium is for 2023 until it gets published in March of 2024. And then the public sees, oh, they got an increase last year. So we're really doing a good job of hiding these annual increases. And well, I hear Councillor Jacquino expressing himself.
Mr. Chair, I just have to leave this table. Excuse me.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is our current COLA is based on a calculation that the treasurer does, and nothing against the treasurer. It's based on a calculation that the treasurer does between two cost of living increases. That produces a number for her. She then applies it to our honorarium. The public is not aware of what these increases are, and they're not publicized at the time that they happen. They don't come before council. So last year we had significant inflation, and I'm assuming that we probably received one of the highest increases that this council would have seen under COLA. not because council did it, but because that's what the math, that's what the calculation provided for. All I'm saying is that is not the most transparent way of doing things. Everyone around this table, I think the last time we debated this, said nobody does this for the money. In fact, I think some people joked that if you were doing this for the money, you probably had to give your head a shake. So what my proposal does is it says, if council wants to set an honorarium, they're perfectly allowed to. I'm not saying freeze this forever. What my motion would do is it would freeze it for a council term. So when you're running for office, you know what the honorarium is, and it sets it for the 4-year term. If council then wants to have an ad hoc committee, which I have no problem with council doing, just as they reported to us with recommendations, then council can debate that between January 1st and June 30th of the election year. It gets debated out in the open. Everybody knows exactly what we're doing. The public has an ability to weigh in. Right now, it's a calculation. It's a calculation done behind closed doors by the treasurer. That sounded more surreptitious than it sounded, but I literally mean that's what it is. It's a calculation that's done. So I think at the end of the day, right now, we have a legislature that has frozen their pay. We have a parliament that has frozen their pay. We are the only level of government that is sitting here with a recommendation not just to freeze our pay, but to actually increase it, which I got to tell you, and I know there's some people in this room, I said, just watch. I said, they sent it to a committee. I said, my motion to freeze is now going to lead to a request to increase it. And I was right. And I know some people around this table know that that's what my prediction was. I'm not saying to council that we're not worth anything. I'm not saying to council that we should never get a raise. The purpose of this from the very beginning was to say, let's set honorariums prior to an election. The people then know what the honorarium is. They can choose to run. And 4 years later, we can reset the honorarium if we're falling behind. Right now, what I took from the committee that presented to us is that generally speaking, we are in the middle of most things. We're not always right in the middle, but we're largely in the middle of most places. So that is why I'm asking council to accept my recommendation, which is to freeze the honorarium as we knew it to be, and that we certainly come back in what I guess would be 2026, and we can readdress the honorarium at that time. I think that's transparent. I've heard from many citizens that, again, no one told me don't get a raise. It's about the transparency, it's about the process, and the automatic increases every year is not as transparent as I think we might like it to be.
Madam Treasurer, you'd like to speak?
Yeah, so just 2 clarifications. So the increase in 2016 was related to the removal by the federal government of the 1/3 tax exemption, which council honorariums used to receive. So,
Chair, may I retake my seat? I apologize.
Yes, you may, Councillor.
so, so prior to that, 1/3 of council honorarium was tax-free essentially. And I can't attest to all, but I do know that most municipalities, at least in Renfrew County, pretty much across the board, it basically increased council compensation to sort of make up the difference that that all of it is now going to be taxable, not just 2/3 of it. In terms of the budgeting process from year to year from council, certainly I don't think it's an intention to hide anything. So the information is presented in total, but certainly at any time, council could request to have the details be brought forward and included as part of the budget package, or at any time, other time. So certainly, that's a request that could be made to me. Thank you.
Motion on the floor, speakers, Councillor Lafreniere, then Councillor Purcell.
So, I mean, I hear everything that's being said. And I just want to clarify that as long as I've been on council, we have never intentionally hid something. Giving ourselves the raises that you're speaking of was done in council. and discussed. And as the treasurer said, it was going on everywhere. And others did give themselves the raise. And just to clarify how it affected me personally, 1/3 of my honorarium was $8,000 that year. So what they made up to me was the taxes I paid on that 8,000, which I believe was about 2,200. So my salary went up by about approximately 2,200 that year. So I just want to let people know it didn't go up by a third. It's the taxes on the third that I would pay. So just further to that, now getting back to the actual issue in front of us, I hear what you're saying, and I think it's a good idea to wait, and because we knew what we were getting into when we came on to council, or maybe we didn't. However, we went through the whole process of hiring an ad hoc committee, and I guess the only thing that bothers me, and I don't care how what outcome here is, it's like Councillor Keel said, I'm not in it for the money here. We put this ad hoc committee unbiased, arm's length, made this decision. What value are we putting on their volunteer work that they perform for the city? So that's all. And I mean, I'm not saying we should act on it, but I think we need to think when we do this in the future, are we really going to act on it? We have reports that come by all the time. We hire people sometimes and pay money, and we don't always follow it. Not that we have to, but if this council is going to go rogue and just start saying, well, we'll take this advice, but we won't take this advice, that just sits with me kind of odd. But I just want to say that no matter how the dust settles, I see the points that are being raised by Councillor Keel. I just think we look like we're all over the place. So I really think we would just come together when we're hiring consultants or ad hoc committees, we make sure we give them authority to make decisions and don't second guess them later. That's all. Thank you.
Councillor Purcell.
Just a correction, I guess they're not there to make decisions. We're here to make decisions. They're there to make recommendations, just for clarification purposes. I see both, both sides in regards to, the implementation of appropriate compensation for councillors and mayor and, committee members and also those members that, of the public that actually sit on our committees. That being said, I believe in paying people what they're worth. I do believe in that. But I also believe in, we have some hard decisions that we're going to be making in January. And, this budget isn't going to be an easy budget. I know that tax dollars are being stretched. Things are costing a lot more. We know that through everything that we've actually went around this table with in terms of, new facility, roofs to equipment purchases. Everything seems to cost significantly more. I guess my question is, do we do that on the backs of the councillors and the committee members and those kinds of things because they're continuing to do those jobs and everybody else does get COLA? When I say everybody else, a lot of individuals that work in structured, government type of organizations end up with COLA. I agree with Councillor Keel. I do agree that, that the first 6 months of the year, in terms of election year, that this is when it should be decided. And I have no problems in terms of, addressing that at that time. But right now, currently, knowing the impact that the budget may have on our population, and people are struggling dearly, we're starting into a recession. And I think, it's just the timing does not suit, and I will not be supporting any additional compensation for councillors. Thank you.
Mayor Gervais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not quite sure what the discussion is to your left, but if I can say this, that to begin, it's fine. To begin, what I wanted to do was first up to acknowledge the ad hoc committee. There is experienced, educated individuals. We had Mr. Callahan, Mr. LeMay, who used to be the mayor. We have Mr. Mantha, who sits on different and has sat on different committees, and I believe has a hydro background, and Mr. Schrader, who is a trustee for the Board of Education. So I wanted to thank them because I think Councillor Fernier is correct. We have different advisory committees, and Councillor Purcell is correct. They don't make decisions, but there's been other instances where advisory committees, and no, this council can say, yeah, thanks for coming out, but no, we're not going to do what we did listen to you, but we're not going to do what it is that you're recommending. But I can say that there's been other committees, being the tourism one and the economic development one in the past, that brings recommendations, and anyways, there's always a concern, are they feeling that they're valued, that we're listening, if I can put it that way. I know in the report that it says 19 municipalities were surveyed and 16 responded, so work was done to try and come forward with different recommendations. One of them that I find interesting, and I am getting to Councillor Keel's motion, so I'm not trying to, go astray here. When looking at the councillor honorariums, and yes, we're middle of the road, one of my concerns is that if there is not even COLA, does eventually the situation become where Pembroke is no longer in the middle, Pembroke is at the bottom, which is a concern of mine. So I'm going to be voting against this particular motion because I would rather go through the exercise of the different issues, and it may be at the very least that it's just a COLA situation and no to the other things. I don't know what council committee would decide, but that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Giacono.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In all the years I sat around this table, I never did what I did tonight, and I truly apologize to all members of council. The reason I reacted that way, and I think I have a right to express myself, is when someone accuses me, directly or indirectly, of not being transparent, I take great exception to that, because in essence, that's calling me a liar. And all the years I served this municipality and the residents, I've done it to the best of my ability. I took an oath before God to do that, and I feel that I've upkept that particular oath and that promise. So, we did have a committee, an ad hoc committee to come forward, asking for their opinion, not ours, their opinion on where we stood with the financial wherewithal for this council. They did a lot of work, obviously, and I mean, all members of council sitting here understand the amount of work that went into that particular exercise. And it wasn't because we were telling them that we needed a raise. We weren't telling them that we were worth more than we look like we're worth. We're asking them, what do you think is fair? Bring it back, and then council will decide. But the fact to say that we're not transparent and that we're, beleaguering the taxpayer by perhaps compensating ourselves a little bit, which hasn't been done in a long time. And I mean, if you go back before that 1/3 tax break from the provincial government, I don't know when the last increase was. Madam Treasurer, would you have any indication? I can't remember. And the last time an ad hoc committee came before this council, we rejected their recommendations based on the fact that, and now that, I don't know how many years ago that was, maybe 10, 11 years ago. So we're looking at other members around our community, and we're saying, you know what? All of those other councillors, this is what the ad hoc committee is saying. All those other people around you are keeping pace, but you're not. So what do you want to do about it? Do you want to look like you're the hero to the taxpayer? Then don't ask for the increase. And don't attract new people with any legitimacy to a council that has to make enormous decisions. So on that particular aspect, I feel a little slighted and a little hurt that I'd be accused of being not transparent, because those things weren't done behind closed doors, and the record will show it was done in an open forum. So let's get the facts straight, and let's make a decision that'll be good for everybody. If council wants to go ahead with those recommendations, so be it, and if they don't, so be it also. Anybody in public business who has a business isn't going to say to their client, oh, by the way, I'm going to keep my rate at the same pace or at the same rate for the next 12 years. Make sure you come back and see me. That may be the public perspective, the public business, but nobody's going to do that. A cab driver's not going to keep his rate at the same rate. So why would our council be ostracized or punished for doing a job? Thank you.
Councillor Plummer, then I would like to say a few words.
Thank you. There's a lot of great recommendations on here that I think need to be discussed. I do support Councillor Keel's motion in the sense that, we should discuss honorariums and certainly bring them up at appropriate times. If that's, during election year, then I certainly think it's the appropriate time. But also not discarding some information here. They do talk, and around this table, council table, we talked about meetings that councillors were attending, that's spending many hours, and then only, maybe not receiving any compensation, because we do spend time outside this council table. So I would hope that this motion, and I would kick it back to Councillor Keel, if this motion goes forward, we're going to lose the opportunity to discuss, some items where you have certain boards that council sits on and spends many hours a day that aren't compensated for. There's also some boards here that they're talking about savings, so making cuts to. So I would ask clarification from Councillor Keel based on that motion. Would that then negate any discussions on any of those those topics discussed board compensation?
So the short answer is it's not going to stop us from discussing it today, because the recommendation to put things off to an election year would require a procedural bylaw amendment, which obviously we wouldn't be passing on the spot today. So there would be nothing stopping us from discussing honorariums or whatnot today, because the earliest we could possibly even pass that bylaw that would stop us from having any discussions until January to June of an election year would be when the bylaw is in place. So it wouldn't stop us from discussing other recommendations in today's matter, would be the short answer. But the reason I thought my motion should come first is because it would certainly set the precedent for a number of the council questions that are involved.
So if I could say a few words from the chair, it's very sensitive issue when you have to vote on your salary. That's usually done during negotiations on your part, and there's a vote. Sometimes I wonder, this would have all been better years ago if the province, the Ministry of Municipal Affairs had a table prorated per population and services that the city provides, and they set the rate. I think that would be a better idea. And maybe that's something we could recommend to the province through Roma or the Good Roads or the delegations. Have the province set these rates. But we all know how hard we work as a council. We're not, the honorariums it's an honorarium to attend meetings, to hear, and then we all do things in the community above and beyond what we're doing here, and there's no compensation for that. So I support freezing the honorarium. I don't have an issue with that, but the COLA is there for a reason, because why would you vote for a pay decrease? You're going to have a pay decrease, and as the mayor pointed out, eventually you're going to be down the bottom of the barrel, bottom of the rank in the table. The reason the COLA was brought in was so that we wouldn't be coming and asking these volunteer committees every 4 years, 5 years to come up with a formula for a recommendation to increase the honorarium. That's why you have the COLA. And I think it's important to have that. And it's not a greed thing, it's built in. That's why it was there. And so why would you have a pay decrease? And you talk about transparency, we can display that figure. And if there was a time that any councillor thought, the COLA was too high, like I would never support 10 10% COLA increase or 5%, you know, we'd have to meet at the table and adjust that accordingly by a meeting here, you know, on a yearly basis. But on the average, it's worked out. So, like freezing honorarium's okay, but not the COLA, and that's how I feel. So is everyone done speaking on the motion? Councillor Keel, then we'll vote on it?
So just some comments. Number one, the transparency issue is that we're not debating it. The people send us here to make decisions. The transparency issue, and like I said, I'm not the first one to come up with this. It's not my political genius that's pointing this out. The reason lots of political bodies like COLA is because they get their increases without having to vote for it. They don't have to sit around this table every January and vote on it. If we wanted to come up with a procedure whereby before the COLA is implemented, we have to say yay or nay, that would certainly be more transparent than our process, which is that we just get it. And I agree with you, I agree with the treasurer that she could display, you know, this is what the COLA increase is for council this year, but what public input does that have? We automatically get it. We aren't held accountable to our residents voting on the COLA increase. That's the procedural thing. It's not that we're not, you know, it's transparent in the sense that every year our honorariums are posted. I think by March of every year they have to be posted, and I certainly know the Pembroke Observer runs it every year. It's the process that the public isn't involved in, the public doesn't see, and what they get is a number that's already done. It's already implemented. That's what I'm saying is not the transparent part. We are not putting up our hand and saying, yes, I want that raise. With respect to the mayor's comments that he doesn't want to see us falling behind, freezing things 4 years at a time shouldn't get us very behind. We can always adjust it as per my recommendation in the election year. I would never expect us to get, frankly, that far behind in a 4-year period. I mean, we just had one of the biggest inflationary points on record, and our increases, and I think the councillors around this table would agree, our COLA increases were not exceptional numbers, and that was during the highest inflationary period that we've had in three decades, I guess. So I don't believe that we would fall that far behind if we were to review compensation every 4 years prior to an election. So I certainly would be, I mean, you know, other members can always amend things. The quick side discussion is I was trying to see if Councillor Lafreniere and I could come to some middle ground. So I mean, I would welcome anybody that wants to make an amendment if instead they want to shoot it down. But certainly, I am going to at least ask that the motion asks for two distinct elements, and I'm going to ask that the motion be split, so that we vote on the freeze and we vote on the procedural amendment that would require us to review compensation between January and June of an election
You're
year.
amending your motion?
No, I'm asking for a split. When there's two distinct parts,
Yeah.
you can ask
Okay.
that it be split.
So,
So the first part of the motion is on a freeze for the rest of this term.
and what about the COLA? What's the second part of your motion?
The second part deals with the procedural thing. But if somebody wants to, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of the annoying parts about being on council is you can't pull people aside like they do in the parliament and
No.
the legislature. I feel like we could possibly come to some,
Well, why don't we vote on the motion, and then if you have another, yes, Councillor Finney.
I just want clarification. The procedural bylaw addresses the COLA. Am I right about, no, it's about when we review honorarium? Like, can you tell me what it
Election year,
is? Oh,
election
it's about
year.
election year.
Yeah.
The freeze would be no COLA and not taking any of the recommendations. Is that what the freeze would be?
unless somebody wants to amend.
No, the freeze would be honorarium, the base honorarium is frozen, and no COLA.
Okay, that's fine.
So let's vote on the motion, the whole motion. We have a motion to freeze honorariums including the COLA, and then the procedural part of it is to vote on it during the election year?
Yes.
Okay,
So I've asked that those two be split. So 2 votes.
okay, so first part, the first part is the clarification, is to freeze the honorarium, including the COLA,
Yes, and I'd ask for a recorded vote.
recorded vote. Go ahead, Mr. Unruh.
So Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Nay.
Councillor Ed Giacono,
No.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
No.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yay.
Mayor Ron Gervais.
Nay.
The votes are 4 nay, 3 yay, so the motion is defeated.
Okay, so the second part of the motion, can you clarify that for us, Councillor Keel?
Would you like me to reread it?
Sure.
That council direct staff to prepare an amending bylaw to the procedural bylaw, being bylaw 2020-61 as amended, that forbids any motion, bylaw, or other action or proceeding in whole or in part to be put before or considered by council or any committee of council concerning the increasing of council honorariums, except between January 1st and June 30th of an election year.
Yes, Councillor Finney.
So that would include COLA every year after this year. I just want clarification.
So in my opinion, no. If council, for instance, if council tonight in another motion said that we want the increase and we want COLA, that would be the set, that's what we would be setting tonight. If we were to pass this procedural motion, after that, we could no longer debate council honorariums except in that election year time period.
Excluding COLA.
Well, because that's the rule we would have in place. We couldn't change the rule
Okay.
except in that time period.
Thank you for your indulgence, Chair.
Yes, okay, Mayor Gervais.
So another question for Councillor Keel then. So if this motion was passed and then given the vote on the earlier one and we tried to go and look at the recommendations that are before us, you're wanting the procedural bylaw to stop us from doing that until the election year?
Well, we could do whatever we want until we pass that procedural bylaw. I mean, right now, it's a motion directing staff to bring us that bylaw. I would suggest that if council decides that we want to go in a direction with the honorariums, I would suggest that staff would read that as going forward with those, getting things set, and then we implement a bylaw to say now things are set until January 2026. So again, I'm accepting the voice of council.
Why don't we table that part, that motion?
I would really like staff to get it before us at some point.
Okay, Councillor Frenier,
Motion to table.
you have a seconder? Mayor Gervais? Motion to table, those in favor?
I want a recorded vote.
Recorded vote for the motion to table. CAO Unruh. Mr. Unruh.
Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Yay to table, yep.
Councillor Ed Giacono,
Yes.
Councillor Ian Keel,
No.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yes.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Nay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yes.
and Mayor Ron Gervais.
Yay.
There was votes of 2 nay and 5 yay, so the motion to table is passed or carried.
Okay. So continuing on, we go issue by issue. And issue 1, continuation of COLA. average of non-CPI Ontario non-union COLA to ensure continued comparability with other municipalities. We need a motion for each one, correct? Pardon?
I would say it would be up to you.
Sorry, yeah, you're the chair, you make the
Okay,
rules.
so a motion for each one. I'm just getting clarification. Okay. Okay. So issue one, do we have a motion on, anybody going to make a motion? Councillor Giacono?
A motion reflective on the recommendation, annual cost of living adjustment for council be made.
Seconder, Mayor Gervais? Discussion? Councillor Lafreniere?
I am going to move that we table the rest of the recommendations and that they be reviewed 6 months into the next election year. So that we accept the one for COLA to continue, but all other recommendations to be reviewed in a new election year. Similar to what Councillor Keel was going for, but leaving COLA as is.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, seconder, for that?
Clarification, if I could, to Councillor Lafreniere.
Yes.
So Councillor Lafreniere is saying that we accept the continued COLA increases as we currently have, and that there be no other changes unless and until January 1st to June 30th of 2026.
Yes.
I would second that motion.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, discussion?
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, well, discussion period on that? No discussion? Okay, recorded vote.
Okay, so Deputy Mayor Brian Abdallah,
Yay?
Councillor Ed Giacono,
No.
Councillor Ian Keel,
Yay.
Councillor Pat Lafreniere,
Yes.
Councillor Andrew Plummer,
Yay.
Councillor Troy Purcell,
Yay.
Mayor Ron Gervais.
Yay.
1 nay, 6 yeas, the motion passes.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you, Madam Treasurer. Next up, we have Mr. Lewis. Welcome again. Blue Box Transition.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Operations Department recommends committee approve the opting out of the Blue Box program and authorize staff to negotiate and execute agreements with producer responsibility organizations called PROS for necessary Blue Box services as required to ensure continuity of services to residents through the transition period of July 2023 through December of 2025. Staff is also seeking direction for the collection of non-eligible sources of recycling beyond transition. And additionally, staff is recommending the city cost share with other partner municipalities, that being Petawawa and Laurentian Valley, to hire a consultant to assist navigating the transition and for creating new contracts for waste management and facility services. Costs are presently budgeted for in the existing waste management budgets. Costs for those services. As we're all aware, the province is moving responsibility for recycling services away from municipalities and to the producers of the products that require recycling. The Blue Box program includes the recycling of mainly packaging materials in the city's yellow and blue bin curbside collection. So although it's called the Blue Box program, it does include the yellow bins. Non-eligible sources include industrial and commercial properties that would include the PBIA, not-for-profit organizations, municipal buildings and facilities, places of worship, daycares, and campgrounds. The city's transition date is March 28th, 2025, and that coincides with the present waste collection contract. During transition from March to December of 2025, the city will work with the pros and the processing facility to continue services presently being provided to city properties. And transition does include curbside collection, material sorting, and processing, education, and promotion of the program. Effective January 1st, 2026, all responsibility of the new Blue Box program will become the pros' responsibility, except for non-eligible sources. The pros will also implement changes such as a province-wide common materials list, grouping municipalities and catchment areas, and the discontinuation of service to institutions and commercial properties, again, those being the non-eligible sources. During the city's transition period, March 28, 25 through January 1st, 2026, services would continue through a non-competitive services agreement with Circular Materials Ontario, called CMO, and they are the majority producer responsibility organization. Some of the reasons for opting out: the city has no physical assets related to recycling and/or collection, and there would be no staffing implications or surplus capital if opting out. So to explain that a little bit better, other municipalities that provide in-house collection and/or processing, they may opt in as they have assets and staff to consider. So they may want to continue doing that service themselves and not opt out and let the CMO and the pros do it. The timing of the transition coincides with the end of the current waste collection contract, so that allows us to start a new contract immediately following transition that will not include the recycling component. The recycling program generates a significant amount of additional administration, calls, complaint resolution, and it can be extremely resource heavy. So additionally, the city and municipal partners would be bound by the agreements put forth by CMO and would need to contract services meeting those agreements if we were to opt in. The municipal partners have met with Miller Waste Group to discuss the possibility of extending the existing waste collection contract potentially until the end of 2026. So a year later than transition, and I'll get to that in just a second. This timeline would meet the transition period, and it'd allow time to procure a new modified waste management contract without the recycling. That contract may also necessitate the order for new trucks, hence why I'm suggesting we consider an additional year. To purchase new trucks right now is a minimum 24 months out. That's the industry right now. So if we were to try and build a new waste management contract to start in January 1st of 2025, we wouldn't be able to ask for new trucks in that contract. There just wouldn't be time to get new trucks under that contract. Miller has stated that they would be interested in the extension. Staff will need to negotiate an extension in keeping with the existing collection contract. To discuss a little bit further the ineligible sources, the city needs to decide whether we will continue to provide that service to the ICI properties or necessitate them contracting directly. We continue to pick up for those ICI, including the PBIA, or we say, nope, you're on your own and you have to look after a contract to get your own recyclables. Contracting directly has its drawbacks. With respect to the number of contractors providing the service on city streets, enforcement of the bylaws that could affect collection, illegal dumping, etc. Just imagine the 384 stops that are ICI related, and they all wanting to get their own contractor to handle their recycling. Extensive amount of trucks that may be out on the city streets. Costs associated with continuing collection would be on the city if we continue doing the ineligible sources, which would need to be collected from the users as it currently is, but at this time we have no idea what those costs would be. So as far as this report is concerned, there's no immediate financial implications. Should the city wish to provide a contract for non-eligible sources, associated costs will need to be calculated for the 384 stops that would be affected, and we'd have to apply that in the 2026 budget cycle. For transition, collection will continue for those already on the list of collection. So presently, those 340 places are on our list, and through transition, they're going to continue to be collected. No change. Once transition is complete, they're no longer eligible. If a new business was to arrive after we start transition, and the name is not on the list, they will not be collected. So we'll have to cross that bridge when we get to it. When the Blue Box program transitions to full producer responsibility in '25, the city is anticipated to see a savings of approximately $234,000. That's based on 2023 figures related to the collection and processing of recycled materials. These costs will need to be reviewed when the collection contracts are developed, as well as during transition, with potentially increased costs for processing and sorting. So the sorting facility, processing and sorting facility at the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre has been leased to Mterra. Mterra is part of the PROS and the CMO. And at this point in time, we're not exactly sure what the costs are going to be for processing of materials through the transition. So although we're anticipating significant savings once the producers take over and they're looking after all the costs associated, at this point in time through transition, we're not 100% sure that those savings will be realized. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that very detailed, informative report. Comments, questions, motions? Councillor Plummer and Councillor Frenier.
I guess my one question through Chair to Mr. Lewis, has there been discussions with the Ottawa Valley Waste Recovery Centre extending the contract with Miller? Would that interfere with Mterra's taking over of the facility? If they are going to be now processing material, they're still going to accept the Miller trucks?
So the last discussion we had with the Miller Group, I believe it was Thursday of last week, they are in talks right now, and Miller anticipates seeing no issues whatsoever through the transition period.
Okay, so that would cover that one. Secondly, your bullet point here, the city wished to provide a contract for non-eligible sources, so the associated costs will need to be calculated for the 384 stops. It sounds like quite the expense in the future for this on the cities. You know, if these spots want to have recycling or provide recycling, I think there's going to be opportunities for them to, you know, hire their own recycler or get on board with whoever the next contract is after Miller. I don't think it's should be the city's spot to start going around collecting waste, collecting recyclables for these individuals. So I would be caution against that because it's a big question mark on what that actually would cost and what resources it would take to have a contract to do that sort of thing. So I would caution against that one to council. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For collection of the ineligible sources, if the city wanted to continue to provide that service, staff would write that into the contract for waste management services. So basically, what we have with Miller right now is they're out collecting all our waste, including the blue bin or the blue box program. We would just continue to do that, write it into a new contract for collection services that included them only picking up those ineligible sources, and then we would transfer, as we do right now, we would transfer that cost to the users, as we do right now. Yes, we can put it back on the users and tell them they're on their own and they have to find their own. The concern would be, when is it being picked up? How is it being picked up? What kind of bins are we using? It could get quite complicated, so it may be something we may want to look into, of taking on that service and then just charging it back to the users.
Supplementary.
I guess it just wasn't clearly stated in the question. It said, you know, city to provide the contract. I read it as the city staff taking it over and not being done by an outside contractor.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my apologies. That is not the case. It would be the city providing the services as we do now with our waste management contractor, and the fees being transferred back to the user as we do right now. But in that vein, just to make sure we're clear, the city does provide pickup at our parks and our own facilities. PMC, PACC, that will continue. That's not going to change regardless. We will still continue to do that ourselves for our own facilities.
Thank you. Councillor Frenier?
So I understood the report the same way Councillor Plummer did, so my questions have been answered. Thank you very much. And I'm happy to hear it would be our present waste management, Miller Waste, that would continue to do those pickups if we decided to continue with the 384 stops. Because I was thinking that 234,000 in savings would soon be chewed up if we had to get a truck and go pick up their waste. So thank you for that. So I guess that being said, I would, you're looking for recommendations here? Yeah. So I would put forward a motion that we continue to provide through our regular waste management provider the 384 stops with them recovering full cost, and then transitioning to full producer responsibility. Is that what you're looking for?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if I could, the first item I need is to confirm we're opting out.
Yes. Okay.
The second is staff will work towards a contract for the non-eligible services as part of our existing contract through transition and a new contract afterwards. And then the third direction I will require is just to confirm that staff is going to work with TLV and Petawawa and hiring a consultant to work through that new contract.
So I move what he said. So I'm basically supporting staff's
That's a
recommendation.
good motion. Do we have a seconder for what he said? Councillor Keel.
That's the motion I was going to get to.
And you're next up to speak, Councillor Keel.
That's what I was going to do.
Okay, there you go. So we have motion on the floor, as per what Mr. Lewis said. Any more discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Next item, P3, Aquatic Center Public-Private Partnership. Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and as you can see, Director DeRoche has joined me at the table. So I'm going to go through my report that relates to the P3 partnership and the discussion on the P3 partnership. And Mr. DeRoche is here to help with any questions related to the existing aquatic facility or the project as it's been moving forward so far. So the Operations Department, in conjunction with the Parks and Recreation Department, recommends committee direct staff to move forward with the following. To work with Collier's project leaders to initiate a Phase 1 and Phase 2 of a market sounding analysis on a new recreation facility, including an aquatic center, to gain insight on the construction market and the viability of a collaborative project delivery model, including the potential public-private partnership, P3. And through the report, I'll continue to call it a P3 because those three words can trip my tongue. So some background, late in 2020 and early in 2021, the city procured project management services for a proposed design build aquatic facility. Colliers was awarded that project management contract. Further, as directed, staff also moved forward with the potential fundraising campaign along with municipal partners and a grant funding stream application. So some progress has been made on the project. However, some setbacks related to support of the project, including significant budget increases, lack of confirmed funding, lack of municipal partner support, has increased the risk of project success. Increased the risk to project success. And this information was provided to committee on November 7th in a presentation on that date. At the council meeting of November 7th, staff was directed to explore P3 as an option for a new aquatic facility, including the incorporation potentially of ice arena with 2 ice surfaces and potentially a new library, which significantly expanded the scope. So staff met with Collier's infrastructure advisory team to gain insights on the potential of a P3 methodology for this project. Colliers is recommending that a market sounding be conducted to confirm that an alternate project delivery method and expanded scope is appropriate for this project. Market sounding would help obtain insight from the market on alignment of the budget and scope, and to confirm the appetite for an alternate delivery method such as a design, build, finance, operate, and maintain P3. Insight on how a P3 operated facility would be operated and maintained, and by who, and how existing staff would be incorporated would be garnered from that market sounding. From the market sounding, we'd gather information on whether various other options could be available, like potentially a guaranteed max price design bid methodology, using a CMAR approach, and I've discussed in past meetings regarding CMAR, or other alternate delivery methods discussed by the participants. There's lots of alternate procurement delivery methods out there, especially for major projects like we're discussing now. An aquatic center, ice surfaces, potentially a library, maybe other items into a very large public facility. I don't want to call it just recreation, because if we include a library, it goes out beyond recreation. But when you're looking at a project of that size, there's numerous different procurement methods available to us. By doing a market sounding and having the market help us understand what's viable, what may be appropriate, what this market may sustain, would be incredibly useful information to get the market to help us with that. So additionally, a market sounding may show us that an expanded scope is not the best course of action, and that resuming the aquatic center project may prove more beneficial for the community. Bottom line, a market sounding may tell us that you're thinking too big. It's just too much for this market to handle, and maybe you should go back to what you were looking at before. We may get comments about various other alternate methods to make the aquatic facility that we had previously started working on a reality. So Colliers would, to do a market sounding, Colliers would confirm the project scope, the objectives and the constraints, key deliverables, milestones, schedules, and the risks. They would shortlist preferred delivery models for the facility based on the objectives and requirements, keeping in mind that shortlisting does not preclude the market from suggesting other delivery methods. That's the whole point of the market sounding, is to get those industry leaders to help us understand how this project could be viable. Colliers would then prepare a market sounding questionnaire, project background information package, and potential procurement models. They would engage 7 to 10 contractors or engineering architectural firms in a market sounding to obtain feedback on procurement models and how aspects of the projects could be redefined to ensure private sector participation and to foster competition. Potential partners could include those that previously responded to our design build pre-qualification, and any we are aware may entertain this type of partnership. Confidential interviews with each of the interested parties would be conducted. Colliers would then prepare and finalize the market sounding summary for staff and would present that to council. If direction is received for the project, if the direction is received, the project would begin tomorrow, December 6th, and the presentation of findings to council would occur in early February. Assuming that a collaborative project delivery model is found to be suitable, that meets the needs of the community and the corporation, following the market sounding, works could commence for the issuance of an expression of interest in keeping with the city's procurement policy, ensuring open and transparent processes. An EOI, from development to final shortlisting proponents would take approximately 3 to 4 months, and the cost for that would be in the magnitude of $50,000. The expression of interest would include information gathered from the industry, gained from the market sounding, ensuring the greatest success if garnering interest for a suitable P3. So for financial implications, engagement of services for a market sounding through Colliers would be $40,000 plus approximately $2,000 in disbursements, and funds are available in the 2023 capital budget for the new aquatic facility to cover these expenditures. And following the market sounding, staff would then return to committee for approval of additional expenditures related to the EOI as required. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Questions, comments? Councillor Keel, then Purcell, and then the mayor.
Okay, I think I have quite a few questions. I don't know if everybody else thinks that they have quite a few questions, but if anybody wants to wave at me and wonder if this should be tabled to its own meeting, and the only reason I say that is this is a very important project to us, and it's now almost 9:45 at night. I always hate that I keep tabling the deputy mayor stuff, and I swear to God, I apologize for it. But if others around this council want to give me some indication as to whether they think this requires a fuller discussion, I almost wonder if we should have a special meeting on this. I would leave that then to the mayor, but I mean, I have a lot of questions. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, but do we think this is a thing for tonight?
So you're making a motion to table?
Go ahead.
I'll make a motion to table with a strong no, I'll leave the suggestion out. I suggest to the mayor that we have a special meeting on this aquatics complex / other facility. So I move that we P3. I move that we table this, and I wonder. I mean, I kind of want to get maybe Brian and Dave's opinion as to whether they think that there's a lot to unbundle here. Sorry, Jordan. I guess you as well. I have lots of questions.
You're making a motion to
I
table.
make a motion
so
to
do you have a
table.
seconder? Councillor Frenier. Motion to table this to a separate meeting. Those in favor? Carried. Okay, well, that's fine. That's important. Okay, next item. Thank you, Mr. DeRoche and Mr. Lewis. Thank you. Next, please, warming center agreement, Mr. Unruh. Please note that Mayor Gervais has left the table as he declared a pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Mr. Unruh?
Yeah, so the recommendation that we're looking for is in regards to the approval of the warming center agreement that is attached. So in the background, we've had several warming center stakeholder meetings, and a variety of stakeholders within the community have come together on this issue. On November 21st, 2023, Councillor Russell indicated that a warming center would be up and running by December 1st, 2023, with a trailer and a standalone washroom facility, and it was up and running on December 1st. So that was our first night. So that was a great accomplishment. The attached agreement was prepared through legal counsel. The farmers market, we thought it'd be best to include them in this agreement because they're not covered. So we have included them, and they are ready to sign the agreement. And the agreement has been passed on to the grind, and they have passed it on to legal counsel. So open up to any questions.
Thank you. Questions, comments? Councillor Frenier?
I think this is great. I think this group of individuals, concerned groups, really came together and did what they had to do. I am going to ask something about item 2, though. And not that I don't trust their judgment, but it says the warming center shall be composed of such warming trailers as the grind feels are necessary. I know that we had discussed at the meeting that I attended what if we have more people and need another trailer? And we all agreed that we have to get another trailer in that sense. However, if the numbers get so high that, I mean, we can't give them carte blanche on how many trailers are parked on the lot, so I would imagine that there should be some kind of communication come back to us before they plant more trailers, that's all. So that's my only concern is with that item. So I'm open to other comments on that. I just, you know, I know there's one trailer there now. It's 50 feet long by 20, I believe, and then there's the washroom facility. So that's my only concern.
Councillor Purcell?
Just to answer Councillor Fernier's question, I think it was just put in place in the event that we did need a second trailer. Currently, I think we had 7 individuals staying overnight. That number is increasing as, you know, more people become aware that this resource is available and the services are available. So I think, you know, as we move forward, most definitely we'll be in discussions and giving you progress updates and providing you copies of the minutes in terms of the meetings that we're having. So I think, you know, kudos goes out to, you know, all those different service providers that the grind packed, you know, volunteers that are, you know, there making it happen. A special shout out to a few different people. Mr. Blackstein, you know, is really, you know, worked hard in terms of making sure that this became a reality. Steve Boland is another individual that's been really dedicated in ensuring the success along with the grind executive. So I think this is a really good opportunity to really kind of demonstrate, you know, that we are here to support individuals and move this forward. So I'm just so happy to see that this is in place.
Thank you. Councillor Keel?
So when I look at number 2, it also refers that the trailers need to be set in accordance with the site plan agreement that's at the end of the document. The site plan agreement, of course, only shows one trailer. So I perhaps, I'm not sure if that would actually be an answer to Councillor Lafreniere's thing in that they would have to get permission, I guess, where to put a second trailer, because there's not currently one provided for on the site plan. So I think that might give us some ability to be there for that discussion. And more so, I just want to, you know, I know the mayor has left the table, but the work that was done on this project by so many people, I don't want to name all the names, but around this table, Councillor Purcell and the mayor, I know Mr. Unraw, you were heavily involved in this while also busy, I know, with other very important matters to the city. But mostly, I just actually want to thank the number of people that have reached out with donations and those kinds of things. You know, we had a great discussion around this table about the cost in that. And, you know, again, I know I voted against it because I was worried that we didn't have a plan in place. Rest assured, I am incredibly happy with the plan that has come. And I think it was a discussion with Councillor Lafreniere and I that we said, you know, sometimes urgency gets things done, and certainly in this case that was the case. So I think this is a strong plan, and you know, perhaps we can hear from Mr. Unraw. But I mean, I do think if they were to get a second trailer or something, I think we would necessarily have to be involved with its placement and stuff. So I don't know that we would be completely shut out of the dark in that possibility.
Yeah, through the chair. So yeah, there is the site plan agreement that is in place. And in addition to you know, what was alluded to around the table, there is the oversight in regards to the ad hoc committee through the county that approves the budget, and there will be a separate agreement that governs the operations. This was just really to kind of cover the city of Pembroke and the farmers market with respect to them being on the property. So there is a separate agreement that is held between the grind and the county of Renfrew.
Thank you. Councillor Keel, make a vote.
I move that we accept the agreement.
We have a seconder, Councillor Frenier. Any further discussion? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. That being said, be it noted that the Mayor Gervais has returned to the table. And I would entertain a motion to adjourn. Councillor Keel and seconded by Councillor Purcell. Those in favor? Carried. Adjourned.
Everyone, I'd like to call this council meeting to order for December 5th, 2023. I'd ask that everyone please take an opportunity to stand for an opening prayer and reflection. Before opening this meeting of council, I would ask those who wish, each in your own way, silently join in a prayer of guidance over these proceedings. Thank you. I would ask for a motion of some kind in respect to the curfew issue, as we are slightly after 10, but in any event. Have Councillor Keel to extend.
Just to extend. I think we have a,
Okay.
or do you
Extend-
want, yeah, just to extend.
Extend for 30 minutes, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor? That is carried. Any disclosure of pecuniary interest, general nature thereof, in respect to, seeing none, in respect to 6B, as indicated at the Finance Committee, Bob Shepherd acting for the city in respect to that particular item. So at that point, I will be asking for the Deputy Mayor to take the chair. Minutes, moving on to minutes. So approval of minutes from council. It was the regular meeting of council November 21st, 2023. I have Councillor Plummer, second by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? Thank you. Next was adoption of minutes. First up is striking committee from September 19th, 2023. I have Councillor Purcell, second by Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor? Carried. Next, we have Planning and Development Committee. That one was from November 7th, 2023. I have Councillor Keel, seconded by Councillor Plummer. Those in favor? Thank you. Carried. Last but not least, for minutes from committees was Finance and Administration Committee, November 7th, 2023. I have the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Keel. Those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. For receiving minutes, we have one this evening. Ottawa Valley Waste Management Board was circulated in your packages for September 28th, 2023. Is there a motion to receive those? I have Councillor Plummer, seconded by Councillor Lafreniere. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next, then, I have Councillor Lafreniere in respect to committee report, striking committee appointment to Renfrew County Highway 17, 417 Advisory Committee.
Your striking committee of council begs to report and recommend from its meeting held this evening as follows. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Ian Keel, that Mayor Ron Jerva be appointed to the Renfrew County Highway 17/417 Extension Advisory Committee for this current term of council, ending November 14th, 2026.
Councillor Lafreniere, is there also an additional
There is an
piece?
amendment, to add Andrew Plummer, Councillor Plummer, as an alternate.
Thank you. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Lafreniere, second by Councillor Keel, from the striking committee of council, begging to report and recommending from this evening that that myself be appointed to the Renfrew County Highway 17/417 Extension Advisory Committee, with Councillor Plummer being the alternate for the current term of council ending November 14, 2026. Those in favor? And that is carried. Next item, as earlier this evening, 6A items was tabled. The next item would be the warming center agreement. I would call upon the Deputy Mayor.
Warming Center Agreement, Councillor Purcell.
Thank you, Chair. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Keel that bylaw 2023-87, a bylaw to authorize the entry into an agreement between the Pembroke Farmers Market Association, the Grind Pembroke, and the Corporation of City Pembroke be adopted and passed, and further that said bylaw be signed by the mayor and the clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Thank you.
Moved by Councillor Troy Purcell, seconded by
Councillor Keel.
Councillor Keel, signature. The bylaw 2023-87, a bylaw to authorize the entering into an agreement between the Pembroke Farmers Market Association, the Grind Pembroke, and the Corporation of the City of Pembroke be adopted and passed. And further, the bylaw be signed by the mayor and clerk and sealed with the seal of the corporation. Those in favor? Carried. you want to speak to it, Councillor Purcell? Okay, thank you.
Under Mayor's report, good evening, everyone. It's my pleasure to bring forward the said report now. As I stated the last number of council meetings, with the onset of winter and the increasing risk of flu and COVID, I would ask that everyone be mindful of this and do their part in helping to reduce the risk. Further, as cold temperatures set in, please stay off the rivers and bodies of water. There's countless examples of mishaps that have happened right here in the city of Pembroke. One not too long ago, just adjacent to the Christie Street Bridge, that resulted in a fatality. And there's been other examples that have been on CTV lately as well. Regarding invitations and appearances, on November 24th, I had the pleasure of attending the grand opening of another new business in Pembroke called Estrada Paralegal Services, located at 220 Pembroke Street East. Please join me in welcoming them to the legal community. Later that day, I attended a ribbon cutting for the Chris Crindle Mart at Germania Hall. This is their 26th event, so quite the accomplishment. It's always a pleasure to attend this event held at the Germania Club. There's always a warm welcome, and congratulations to the board, countless volunteers, and wonderful vendors for making that a continued success. November 25th was the Santa Claus Parade. Job well done to all staff and volunteers for making it a huge success. Your efforts are not unnoticed. I'd like to sincerely acknowledge all local media for covering the event so that those that could not attend could enjoy the parade in other formats. The local media can always be depended upon to truthfully, fairly, and accurately cover the events and topics in the area. On November 28th, I had the pleasure to attend the pre-recording of the Kiwanis Toy and Food Drive. Great work to Kitchesprini Productions, Dorian Pierce, and to Des Patel for your great work with this telethon. It was a pleasure to attend the Horticultural Christmas Party November 29th on behalf of Council. This is a great partnership between the City of Pembroke and this strategic partner. That is the Pembroke Horticultural Society. Karen and I received a warm welcome from all those that attended that event and do so every year. November 30th was the Christmas Parade Award Ceremony, and together with Councillor Keel, we got to attend that, and it's just amazing to recognize so many great businesses and organizations who put in different floats and participate in the parade. As always, please be kind to one another and stay safe. Are there any notices of motion? Councillor Purcell?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm providing notice of motion to go out for RFP for a competitive bid for legal services provider for the City of Pembroke.
Thank you. Councillor updates. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a few items tonight. First of all, Sunday, my wife and I attended the book signing. Local troubadour, Gillen Roots, has wrote a book. This Valley I Call Home. We all know Gillen. He entertains all over the place, does a great history. He performed at the Curling Club anniversary. So his book is available at Hughley's, Blueberry Ranch, or it's available online at Burnstown Publishing. But a very good read, and we want to commend Gillen for his community work and all he does for the community. The Santa Claus Parade, just want to thank everyone. I'm sure Councillor Vernon's going to update it. You were a wonderful host with me again. I look forward to that every year. We had Councillor Keel judging. We saw the mayor in the big truck there. And just spectacular. Thousands of spectators, over 85 floats. Hats off to the Miss Kavanaugh at the Parks and Rec Department. And it was just spectacular. It's one of the biggest events of the year for Pembroke. So kudos to everyone involved in true community effort. The snowangels.ca program that the city adopted a few years ago, it's a website where you sign up if you want your driveway shoveled by a volunteer or if you want to volunteer. So it's a neighborly effort. Began in London, Ontario by Lincoln McCurdle, a councillor there a number of years ago, and it's a free website. So snowangels.ca. Seniors Christmas concerts with Louis Schreier and Friends. It has been confirmed, and it's 3 locations next Friday, the December 15th, and then 4 on the Saturday. And I'll be sending an email tomorrow with the schedule. so where councillors can volunteer to go and introduce Louis and represent the city of Pembroke. Louis is a 4-time Grandmaster Fiddle champ and puts on a great show with the children every Christmas. Also want to thank the Dorian Pierce and Des Mattel volunteers for the Kiwanis Telethon. They interviewed me, and Dorian, every year I donate, my wife and I donate 100, and he does a chapeau shuffle, and he did a great step dance again this year. So that's all I have for this week. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other, Councillor Keel?
I'll go through this quickly, given the hour. So tomorrow, Your Worship, is the National Day of Remembrance and Action on Violence Against Women. So this is a day annually on the calendar. I believe it's one of our half-masting days as well, Your Worship, where we can reflect and also have discussions about how to stop and prevent violence against women. This is not a big city issue. This is an everywhere issue, and it's an important issue. On this day, I in particular am reminded, of a few years ago when we had that horrible triple homicide. It's events like those in small rural communities that really make you think about the importance of paying attention to your friends, to reporting things when you know things are happening, and all of us can play a part, sometimes discreetly, sometimes less discreetly, when it comes to helping prevent violence against women. I was able to attend a couple weeks ago Frozen Junior, put on by Streetlight Theatre. What an amazing show. You would not have known that is a local group of youth. It was about as professional a show as you can see. It was held at Festival Hall, and if you didn't make it out to this production, I would certainly encourage you to attend the next one. It's already been alluded to, I was able to judge the Santa Claus Parade. Me judging things, I'm not sure who would have come up with the idea of that. I can tell you it is a harder job than it looks, because those floats, one, there's a lot of them, and two, some of them are going by quick. I'm not going to take the time, just because of the late hour, to mention all the winners. I think there's 10 awards, but I will say that best overall entry went to Priceless Maintenance, and they had a spectacular float. That's not to detract from the other winners. I'm trying to be wary of everybody's time here tonight. Algonquin College Speaker Series. There are so many speakers that Algonquin College brings to town. In this case, it was Julian Scher who literally wrote the book on the tragedy in the 1960s, when a young individual, I believe 16 years old, was sentenced to death for a murder that he didn't commit. Just showing you how fragile our justice system can be, and that one only needs to look to the U.S. right now, where a former president is actively ripping apart their justice system. Our justice system exists because people believe in it. Our justice system exists because people support and defend it. So certainly I hope that everybody appreciates that. The Kiwanis Toy and Food Drive telethon. I had the opportunity of speaking about the importance of service clubs and volunteering in small and rural communities. I know I've said that at this table before, so I won't repeat those words. If you're looking for something to do this Thursday, Jason Blaine, a hometown boy of ours, is performing at their Germania Hall. If there are still tickets available, I certainly think that we should all be out supporting one of our local country music stars. And then in terms of the Festival Hall update, there are quite a few shows coming, but you might be disappointed. Anyone looking to go to the Nutcracker on Saturday, it is completely sold out. Great news for Festival Hall to have that sort of a sellout for our Pembroke Symphony Orchestra. Coming up later, we have a dance recital on the 16th, and then, Your Worship, we're on into January, but I will talk about those at a later time. Thank you.
Councillor Jacquinot?
Your Worship and members of council, I just want to reiterate, without repeating everything, but Santa Claus Parade, I want to make special note and tribute to the Operations Department. It's a real logistical nightmare to close streets, open them, remove the barricades, etc., especially when you have those thousands of people within your community, and to keep them safe. Like children have a tendency to move towards the floats, so I have to thank the Operations Department and the staff for doing a great job. The other thing is, I had the opportunity on Sunday to attend the Pembroke Community Choir performance at Calvin United Church. The choir is composed of approximately, I would say, over 100 people, and they put on a performance that dealt with Christmas carols from different countries. So, and they actually took on some of the languages. I know they had a Russian carol, German, Polish, Celtic, something from the Bahamas. So it was well worth it, and they had a great reception. But it shows the talent we have in our community. Thank you.
Other councillor updates? Seeing none. Next is, I understand, Deputy Mayor, you have a motion to move into a closed session.
Yes, Your Worship. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Andrew Plummer. Motion to move into a caucus meeting. That this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss labor relations or employee negotiations as per the Municipal Act, Section 2392D, regarding QP Local 24 labor negotiations.
Thank you. Moved by the Deputy Mayor, seconded by Councillor Plummer, that this meeting become a closed meeting to discuss labor relations or employee negotiations as per the Municipal Act, Section 239, Sub 2, Sub D, regarding QP Local 24 labor negotiations. Those in favor? That is carried, and it will now move into a closed session. Thank you.